Hello, everybody. How are we doing this evening? Hopefully, I am coming through to your screens. Let's do that. Hello, God. It's been a while. Hot minute since I streamed. It's been a bit of a while. I think the last time was probably AFR. They had the special event on. Yeah. Hello, everyone. I'm Max Makes Magic. We got to 10,000 subs. And as part of doing that, I decided that I'd do something fun. And at the same time, somebody on my Discord pointed out that there was a new post on Reddit, and it was the Magic the Gathering Rules Iceberg. And I looked at it and I thought, this has to be done. This just has to be done. So I got in touch with the author. So the author is Siberian Rabbit, also known as Fabulous Mare on Reddit. They are a fantastic person. They've helped a lot. The amount of preparation that's gone into this is pretty crazy. I spent about 6 hours on the first pass of this, just going through, detailing, literally listing all of the cards. Both Siberian Rabbit and myself have gone through and detailed out the points that they were trying to get across. Siberian Rabbit put a lot of effort in. An absolute, yeah, it was a like a mammoth 10-hour sort of brain dump. It was absolutely fantastic. So if you're not aware of what the rules iceberg is, I will flip over to my sheet and I will demonstrate. So if you've not seen it, the post itself on Reddit, which got removed at the time, mostly because the mods at the time were the same mods, and then everything blew up, and probably would now actually be okay. But the mods removed this post, the 2022 version of this. There are a bunch of rulings in various different layers, and the red rulings are rulings that currently still exist, and orange rulings are rulings that used to be true at one point back in the 20 some odd years of Magic's history, and now they're not, for various reasons. And I'm going to be going through each of the 13 layers. This is probably going to be about 2 hours. Might be an hour and 45, we'll see, but there are a lot of points to go through. So without much further ado, I think I'm going to get started on layer 1, because that's the easiest one. If you want to throw out comments, I will try and keep my eyes on chat, and try and answer some questions as we go. Certainly, Siberian Rabbit, if they are staying in the chat, they might also be able to give answers if you have any questions. Certainly, they have a lot more experience, shall we say, with rules prior to let's say 6th edition. So there's definitely some aspects of that where I very much hand waved. Anyway, so let's get started. Layer 1. Everything, these are nice things. There are things here that are like generally literally incorrect, but they're very good mnemonics sort of to keep in mind. So layer 1. There are 7 card types. There are lands, there are creatures, enchantments, sorceries, instants, artifacts, and planeswalkers. And that's pretty much it. You don't need to know anything else as you're starting out Magic. Nice and easy. Untap, upkeep, and draw. That's the precise ordering of the beginning step, and one of the common misconceptions that some people have in Magic is that you draw before you do an untap, and that's just a general mistake. But Sphinx the Second Son lists that out explicitly. Artwork has no effect on gameplay. So this is an actual rule. occasionally people will just look at cards and go, that card must have flying, it's got wings. So yeah, the illustration has got nothing to do with gameplay, unless you're playing like Flavor Judge or something like that. But yeah, Sovereigns of Lost Alara here. They're clouds, but they don't fly. So, that's just how that is. Another one, Llanowar Elves doesn't fetch forest from your deck. So it's just a slight misconception that some people might have when they start playing the game. Lands just add mana to your mana pool. That's just how it works. And so, Llanowar Elves also just adds mana to the mana pool. You don't go and fetch any lands. Summoning Sickness. Yeah, so pretty much straightforward for everyone who's been playing for a while, but for anyone new. Activated ability with the tap symbol or the untap symbol can't be activated unless the creature has been under its controller's control continuously since their most recent turn began, and it can't attack unless it's been under its controller's control continuously since their most recent turn began, and that's Summoning Sickness. So yeah, pretty straightforward. If you've got to control it for a turn basically, and then you get to do things. Colorless isn't a color. So there are 5 colors in Magic, and colorless is not one of them. You can't choose colorless if something asks you to choose a color, and it doesn't interact with color identity and commander at all. Yeah, and there's a couple of comprehensive rules there as well. London Mulligan. Okay, so London Mulligan is the current mulligan that you can take. So that is where you, to get a new hand, you shuffle your cards back into your library, you draw a new hand of cards, and then for each number of times that you have mulliganed, you have to put a card from your hand on the bottom of your library. And you can mulligan down to 0 cards. Same as old ones, but we'll come on to the old ones a little bit later. Mana weaving. So if you don't know what mana weaving is, it's where you've got the concept of sticking lands throughout your deck while you're while you're putting it together and shuffling your deck. So yeah, it's illegal. Either you are sufficiently shuffling your deck, and it shouldn't matter, or you're not insufficiently. You're insufficiently shuffling your deck, which means that you're stacking your deck, and that's illegal. Katmuzi says, did you make all the slides you will see today? No, I've been on holiday for a week, and I made about 100 today out of the 243 slides. I made most of them over the course of this week. I've been on holiday with the family, so I kind of had to do family stuff as well. So there is that. But yeah, no, I made quite a lot today. Yeah, I've essentially had the day off. All right, you can cast instants whenever you want. You can cast instants at any time, and instants in response to anything. Okay, so that's layer 1. Layer 1, fairly straightforward stuff. Hopefully, anyone who has played Magic for any amount of time should know these things. So let's go on to layer 2, nice and quick. Layer 2, some slightly more interesting ones here. So let's get on to them. There are 9 card types. So I said there were 7 previously. There are actually 9 for this layer. Yeah, so we have lands, creatures, enchantments, sorceries, instants, artifacts, planeswalkers. But don't forget, we also have tribal and dungeon. Dungeon is a type of card that is in standard, and to my knowledge, so is tribal. So tribal is just one that's associated with creature types as well. So yeah, 9 card types for now. Lands are colorless. So intuitively, you might think that if a text box is red and it makes red mana, that card would also be red. However, yes, objects with no colored mana symbols in their mana costs are colorless. So lands are colorless. It's obvious to some people obviously people who've played, but some newbies might look at this and go, this card is red. Right, yes, the legend rule. If a player controls 2 or more legendary permanents with the same name, that player chooses one of them, and the rest are put into their owner's graveyards, and that's the legend rule. Yes, so this is the latest legend rule we have. We've actually had quite a few other legend rules in the past. From the set Legends to Champions of Kamigawa, the first legendary with a given name to get onto the battlefield actually won, for want of a better word. So if you played your, I'm going to try and come up with a Legends name card now. I'm going to fail miserably. Yes, you play your legend with name A, and your opponent then can't. They literally can't play it, and or if they do, it goes straight to the graveyard. Are you super late? No, you're not super late. We started 10 minutes ago, but I had 5 minutes of intro, so we should be good. We're just on layer 2 at the moment. So, yes, from Champions of Kamigawa to Magic 2014, playing another legendary with the same name sent everything to the graveyard. So that was a good way. Quite a lot of decks, I think, at the time. I remember reading some of these things. Quite a lot of the decks at the time that were playing like Liliana Vess. That's the Planeswalker uniqueness rule max. There were other legendaries that you could play that some decks were playing literally just to remove all the legendaries of that type from the battlefield. So you'd play, somebody would play their legendary and you'd just play your copy. It was literally just a removal spell. Magic 2014, they got rid of that because that was stupid. And now we have the current legend rule, which makes a lot more sense. Can't beats can. So this is one of the Magic Golden Rules, as they're so aptly named. When a rule or effect allows or directs something to happen and another effect states that it can't happen, the can't effect takes precedence. And they've helpfully put a nice example in there as well. So if you've got an effect that says you may play an additional land this turn and another reads you can't play lands this turn, you can't play lands. That's just how it is, unfortunately. So yeah, comes up fairly often. A lot of hate cards in white will prevent you from doing something, even if you're allowed to by another effect. So the stack. I've only got one slide for this. The stack is probably one of the more complicated aspects of Magic. Here are the top 2 rules, basically, of the entirety of Section 405 of the Comprehensive Rules, which deal with the stack itself. Essentially what happens is it's a last in, first out queue system. For people who like computing terms like me, or if you look at it like a deck of cards. It's essentially putting cards on top of a pile, and then you start taking cards off the pile to resolve them. So if you play a spell, and then somebody plays a spell in response to that spell, that card goes on top of the card in the pile. And then when you come to actually work out what's happening, you start taking the cards off the pile one by one. And those cards can be actual spells or abilities or anything that uses the stack. So yeah, it's quite a complex thing to explain to new players. I would say I think it's also one of the best game mechanics that Magic has going for it. It's certainly it's certainly one of the most unique ones. Other card games don't tend to have something like this, and I think a lot of card games struggle by not having a stack. It's kind of literally the opposite of a queue. Yeah, fair. I think, yeah, it's not the right data structure, but you are quite correct. I'm trying to think what data structure is last in, first out. Lists, probably last in, first out list. There we go, something like that. In computer terms, it's literally a stack. Yeah, that is pretty good. No, that kind of makes sense. So to all the people, to all the people who are computing people, yes, it's literally a stack. Awesome. That's enough about the stack. Cool. Next up, we have every non-land card is a spell. So not just instants and sorceries. So we have, one of the misconceptions again. This is only layer 2, so we're still on this sort of like general misconceptions. New players might think that instants and sorceries are spells, and if something is going to counter target spell, it has to counter an instant or sorcery. But no, just a spell is a card on the stack that's been cast. So yeah, you can counter creature spells, you can counter instants, you can counter sorceries, you can counter planeswalkers. Nice and easy. Yeah, gatherer joke rulings. Yeah, this is another one I quite like. I like seeing these. It just means it gives a bit of humanity to the people in Wizard of the Coast, who sometimes probably don't have a little bit of that. But yeah, things like the Queen Marchesa ruling, which just every time she's mentioned, it has "Long may she reign" afterwards, and Void Winnower saying, "Yes, your opponent can't even. We know." Yeah, it's nice. It's nice to just have these thrown in every so often, as long as they're not detracting from like the actual rules of the game. Yeah, we say if the rules are well made in the basis of a system, developing on top of it becomes easier. I completely agree with that. Like having a solidly Magic the Gathering is one of the systems where they have the most, I think, solidly defined rule set. And that really, like, look at Hearthstone. It's just there's like how are these two cards going to interact, and it's just a nightmare. I think Magic has it. It is a lot better. It's a lot better defined. There are still areas where it's not so well defined, and we will come on to those later. But a lot of that is like old rules baggage, and occasionally sloppy templating. All right, next one up we have Oracle text overriding printed text. Yeah, so this is essentially just the latest version of the Oracle text that is printed for a card is the correct version. So Natural Order was printed with as a sorcery. It has a sacrifice a green creature sort of mini activated ability inside the text. Bit weird. Obviously, Natural Order as templating has increased in recent years. We have things like as an additional cost and stuff like that. So yes, Oracle text overriding printed text. Yeah, creatures staying blocked if the blocker is removed is a bit of a weird one. I think it's certainly one of the weirder ones to try and explain. Especially, I think the way that a lot of people explain it is creatures getting into fights. You take a swing, but suddenly the creature isn't there anymore, and therefore the damage isn't dealt. Which I think is one of those things that kind of makes sense. So yeah, there are ways of making a creature blocked. Here's Curtain of Light, which there we go, angle that way. Curtain of Light. You can just cause a creature to become blocked if you want, and it will just be classed as blocked. You could also just bounce a blocker, and the creature remains blocked in the event of that. Nice and easy. Yes, Trample and Death Touch. So this is the first time we're going to visit Trample and Death Touch on the layer. Yeah, Trample and Death Touch is not too bad, but certainly to new players, it's a little bit of a tricky one. You have to only deal lethal damage to a creature, and 1 point of Death Touch damage from a Trampler allows the rest of the damage to trample over onto the defending player. It's fairly straightforward. Or if there's multiple creatures, it will deal 1 point of Death Touch damage per creature. So that should be fine. We'll see how it interacts with other things later. Yes, set symbols have no effect on gameplay, and here's our first instance of orange anymore. So yeah, before M14, expansion hoses, of which there are a few, they didn't look for printed names, but they looked for the card set symbol. Yeah, the expansion hoses would literally they look for cards that are printed in certain expansions. And Arabian Nights had mountains printed in it. which means that if you played with Arabian Nights Mountains and you had I can't remember which I'm trying to remember the name. I think City in a Bottle is the expansion host that deals with Arabian Nights. If you had Arabian Nights, if you had City in a Bottle out, you could destroy Arabian Nights mountains, but no other mountains. That's obviously stupid as a city, as a concept. And so back in M14, they changed it so that expansion symbols are no longer a characteristic that gets copied around and it doesn't exist on a card. All Magic cards are recognised as game pieces from their card names, English card names in particular. Nice and straightforward. I'm going to say nice and straightforward a lot. Tell me if I'm saying that too much, because to me, I'm going a little bit crazy. So, all right, mana value of X spells. This is a nice and interesting one as well. Not super trivial, but yeah, the mana value of an X spell on the stack includes an X, but everywhere else, X is 0. So if a card in any zone other than the stack has an X in its mana cost, that value of X is treated as 0. So if it's in the graveyard, that X is a 0. If it's on the battlefield, that's a 0. Obviously, if it's a permanent with an X in its mana value, yeah, absolutely straightforward. So if you want to, yes, if you have something that cares about mana costs and the value of X, for example, then it will only take effect on the stack. Holly, did I miss it? No, we are only on layer 2. Well, I say we're only on layer 2. We're on layer 3. Layer 3 is where we start getting into the underwater section, shall we say? So this is the portion at which we start getting a bit weird. So yeah, you haven't missed it. We are at that point. I'm gonna have a quick drink and we'll carry on. Oh, layer 3. We've only got 13 layers to go. Sorry, there are only 13 layers in total, so we've only got 10 layers to go. So we're fine. We'll be done in 20 minutes. We'll be fine. Oh. So there are 14 card types. So I lied to you previously. I said there were 7, then I said there were 9. There are actually 14 different types. Here are all of them. The additional 5 that I didn't mention before: conspiracies, phenomenons, planes, schemes, and vanguards. So here's a vanguard. These were like oversized cards that you could get. You can also get them on Magic Online. I use them for. If you've watched any of my videos, you'll have seen at least 2 vanguards most of the time. Yeah, a lot of these are not used in any. So schemes are obviously arch enemy. Planes and phenomenons are part of Plane Chase, the Plane Chase format, and conspiracies are part of the conspiracy draft format, which I really want to do again someday. That was really good fun. I really want to do Plane Chase again, actually. Plane Chase is super awesome, and I miss it so much. I want it to come back. So. Wait, Dungeon is a card type. I thought the card you see is just a reminder. No, Dungeon is a card type, apparently. I don't know how official of a card type it is, but I believe it is I believe it is still a card type. I'm sure Siberian Rabbit will tell me the correct number if they can find it for me. All right, next one up we have Fizzling. So fizzling is sort of like the colloquial name for spells not resolving if all of their targets become invalid. So here we go, 608.2b. If the spell or ability specifies targets, it checks whether those targets are still legal. And if all of its targets, for every instance of the word target, are now illegal, the spell or ability doesn't resolve. It's removed from the stack, and if it's a spell, it's put into its owner's graveyard. So this used to counter on resolution. That matters, but we'll come on to that later. So another orange one we have, the Vancouver Mulligan. That was the previous Mulligan that we had before the London Mulligan. So this is one that we didn't actually have. It feels like we didn't have it for very long at all. But that was added in Battle for Zendikar in September 2015. So this was one where you mulliganed and then you got a free scry. So it was essentially the Paris mulligan with an extra scry, just to give you a bit of a benefit. All right, protection. Another one that is relatively tricky, I think, for newer players. Yep, 702.16. It's probably best characterized by the mnemonic of debt. So protection basically means you can't be damaged by, you can't be enchanted or equipped by, you can't be blocked by, and can't be targeted by spells or sources with the stated qualities. So if something has protection from green, for example, it can't be damaged by that. You can't equip or enchant it by anything green. You can't, a green creature can't block it, and you can't target it with a green spell. And there's various different levels of protection, but that's the basic thing. They seem to have gone away a bit from protection in previous years. I think mostly because it's a little bit confusing, and indestructible makes things, indestructible isn't quite nice. Board wipes, general board wipes will get around protection. So Alex says something with protection from creatures can't be targeted by a blood rush ability for creature card, for example. That's interesting. Ooh, I'm excited by that. I would have to look into the mechanics of that. So nice. Yes, protect that is doing a lot. I didn't want to go into too much detail on protection. There's a lot. I could probably talk for like 5 minutes on some of these if I'd prepared the slides for it, but I haven't prepared too much on this one, so I'm going to move on before I get too far down the rabbit hole. Yeah, Morrow's Unstable Rulings. If you don't know Morrow's Mark Rosewater. He is the Silver Rules Manager, Silver Bordered Rules Manager. If you have questions that aren't on the FAQ, AWAS, LFAQ, PAF, TIDA, WABI, Tibet, then he's responsible for answering them. Yeah, I'm not going to try and remember what that acronym is for. I think it's frequently asked questions and some lesser frequently asked questions, and then other stuff that we thought people might talk about. So yeah, I was going to put a ruling of his in on this, but I think I actually cover one of those later, so I'm not going to do it now. Yeah. Regeneration, yay! Regeneration is one of the, I think, when I was doing the research on this, certainly one of the it's one of those abilities that has a lot of rules baggage associated with it, and that R&D were just like, let's just please let's just get rid of this. Honestly, this is causing us so much hassle, especially when it especially when quite a lot of destruction spells say things like destroy and can't be regenerated. There's quite a lot of things that actually just get around regeneration as a concept. So it's a replacement effect, which means the next time this permanent will be destroyed this turn, it isn't, which means that you instead tap it, remove all damage from it, and remove it from combat. So if you destroy it with a spell, that would go. And if you would, if it destroy it through lethal combat damage, or lethal damage, that gets around it as well. And there's like regeneration shields, and now we have shield counters, which is exciting because that would be good. Holly says, I hear that every once in a while R&D want to make a weird land mechanic and aren't allowed to because it breaks Dryad armor. Yeah, that sounds about right. To be fair, it is kind of their own fault. They do kind of keep pushing the boundaries. But yeah, I think they're getting a lot. they're certainly getting a lot closer to just releasing mechanics without thinking about old cards and just going, I'm sure it'll be fine. What's the worst that could happen, right? So, all right, next one up we have. Here we go. This is Trample versus Death Touch 2 versus Protection. So yeah, any non-zero amount of combat damage assigned by a creature to a creature by a source with Death Touch is considered to be lethal damage for the purposes of determining if a proposed combat damage assignment is valid, regardless of that creature's toughness. So you still have to assign lethal damage to a creature with Protection, even if the damage would be prevented. And you can still consider one Death Touch damage as lethal damage. So you have to assign one damage to the creature with Protection and then can trample the rest over. But the creature is not going to die. So that's how they interact. It's one of those weird ones where it's like, well, I could deal all the damage to the creature and it still wouldn't die. So wouldn't it just be protected? So yeah. Siberian Riot says, according to Tabak, it's getting the shield counters on Palliation Accord are getting errated. That's really annoying because I wanted them to be shield counters. I posted on Twitter about it the other day, saying, "Oh, I hope they're being they're going to keep shield counters," but they didn't. Oh, that's really annoying because that would have been a fun video. But never mind. Tabak is screwing up my content pipeline. All right, priority. Priority is the right to cast a spell, activate an ability, or take a special action. Yeah, players can't cast spells, activate abilities, or take special actions at times when they don't have priority. When you have priority, you can put as many spells or abilities onto the stack as you wish, but before anything can resolve, all players must pass priority without adding anything further to the stack. So this is one of those ones where it's a little bit more of a weird concept for newer players. You sort of have a feeling of like, well, whose turn is it to like be, oh, you're doing something. Well, I want to respond to that. And then you sort of have to get into the nitty gritty of, well, we're in a multiplayer game, we're in a commander game. Who gets to go first? Who has to go first? What happens if nobody goes? And yeah, the priority system basically handles that for us, which is fantastic. Again, another design choice over the last 25 years that we've suddenly looked into a system where it actually makes a lot of sense about what time we actually can do things. All right, yeah, arena only cards. This is just a new thing, obviously. Started with the arena new experience, I think it was called. So we have the Inspiring Commander here. So that was a card that was only available in arena. And then we've obviously got the new ones. We got Alchemy and the Jumpstart Historic. I can't remember what it's called. Jumpstart, I think it's Jumpstart Historic something. Yeah, so all new sets that have cards that have weird new abilities that are all just online. Of which some of them probably could be paper, like Inspiring Commander. Yes, let's have that in paper, please. Yeah, that'd be lovely. But yeah, unfortunately, don't have them in paper. Some effects we couldn't get in paper, like the I think Perpetually would be a bit of a weird one. Certainly things that look into your library and get random cards out. Again, a bit weird. Although they do manage to manage that with like with vanguards. There are vanguards in Magic Online which literally do similar things to to some of these arena cards. It's like, go and fetch me a land card from my deck. Just pick a land card in my deck and put it onto the battlefield. It's not a new concept, certainly, for the online thing. But yeah, these are arena only. Next one up, we have... Oh, yes, reflexive triggers. These are nice. These are nice. So, reflexive triggers. This is a kind of a new technology that they added back in, I believe, Ixalan. Yeah, so when a resolving ability resolves, it may create another ability inside itself, another triggered ability, which happens on when something does something. So for this one, I think this might have been the first one, for example, Heart Piercer Manticore. You may sacrifice another creature, and it says when you do. So previously, we would have to put this ability would say. Looking at an Amonkhet card, Ixalani says, "Good point. Fine, Amonkhet card. I'm just being stupid." Yeah. So you may sacrifice another creature. Previously, it would say if you do, it deals damage equal to that creature's power to any target, and that target would have to be put onto the stack when the original ability was put onto the stack. So the difference here is that you can choose when you sacrifice the creature when it's entered the battlefield. You don't choose what the target is until you actually sacrifice that creature. So yeah, it's a bit of a different template. So yeah, it's quite cool, quite new technology. They use it on fair amount new cards. So next up we have failing to find. So yeah, probably I'd say the poster child for failing to find. We have Gifts Ungiven. Yeah, so if you're searching a hidden zone for cards with a stated quality, such as a card with a certain card type or color, that player isn't required to find some or all of those cards, even if they're present in that zone. However, if you are searching a hidden zone simply for a quantity of cards, such as a card or 3 cards, you must find that many cards or as many as possible. So, if you're searching your library for a card, you cannot fail to find a card if your library contains a card. However, for things like Gifts Ungiven, where you're searching for 4 cards with different names, you're able to find fewer than 4. I mean, you already were able to have fewer than 4. It says search for up to 4, but certainly, if you had to search for 4, you could search for 2 in this case. So yeah, it's an interesting one. Certainly, I think it's a lot better for things like if you've mind slaved your opponent and you're cracking a land, for example. You know, you don't have to find a land if you've sacrificed a fetch land, for example. So next up we have colorless and generic mana. So this is I'm going to say relatively new. This was a Battle for Zendikar block, Oath of the Gatewatch. So yes, colorless mana is produced by mana abilities that don't add colored mana. That's a pretty straightforward one. Generic mana is a cost that can be paid with any type of mana. So that's the normal like 1s and 2s that you see. In fact, in the Kozilek the Great Distortion, the 8, that is a generic mana cost. And the colorless cost here, there are cards with colorless costs. So the colorless cost here is we have 2 colorless. So those are the diamond symbols that we have. That has to be paid with colorless mana. It cannot be paid with generic mana. Yes. So there is no generic mana. There are always generic costs. So yes, generic mana here is not actually a thing. The reason I say generic mana is that that's what the title was in the original Iceberg, and I was translating it to the topics in question. But yes, good old Kozilek there. Shortcuts. Yeah, shortcuts. Shortcuts are fun. So shortcuts exist not only for defining loops where a number of steps result in a change of state, but to prevent having to explicitly take action or pass priority at all appropriate times. So long as everyone agrees to the outcome, you can take shortcuts. So this happens more than you might think. So Right says, I'll scrap the whole thing, it's worthless. No, it's great. Stuff it. Yeah, shortcuts. The number of times you would actually have to pass priority in a game if you were playing completely correctly is probably way too high. Certainly every time you pass a phase or stuff. I mean, if you're used to Magic Online, it's kind of normal. Um, but yeah, certainly passing priority in every single phase and step is would be too much. But everyone, when you're playing the game, we move around things. We move from different stages, different steps, and we kind of just know what's going on as players, and we don't tend to dig in unless we absolutely have to. So that's good. Siberian Rabbit says, without shortcuts, Magic would be completely unplayable. Yes, I think that was the point that they were trying to make that Siberian Rabbit was trying to make in the original Iceberg. Yeah, without them, it would just be too much baggage. So. All right, damage on the stack. Good old days. This is what I used to play when I was a oh god, I'm not going to say kid. 2008 is when I started playing Magic the Gathering. So 14 years ago, I was still in my early 20s. Yeah, damage on the stack. So yes, between 6th edition and M10, the damage went on the stack. Combat damage went on the stack. So the sort of like poster child for this was attacking with a Mog Fanatic, having it deal 1 damage to a creature. Let's say it had two toughness. It dealt 1 combat damage to a blocking creature, and then you could sacrifice Mog Fanatic with damage on the stack to have it deal 1 damage, an additional 1 damage to that creature to kill it. And at the time, that kind of just made sense. It was there were. I think the thoughts at the time were, we're firing damage at each other, and it will still go and hit, but in the meantime, I've exploded and more damage when more damage was carrying over. And yeah, they just kind of got rid of damage on the stack, and it doesn't seem. I think at the time it was kind of a radical idea. I mean, M10 was pretty radical in the first place. Certainly, the number of rules changes in M10 was quite a lot at the time, but I think for the better. Certainly, I think combat damage is it kind of makes more sense, and it's not a kind of weird edge case anymore for damage to go on the stack. M10 is still old bordered, right? Depends what you mean by old bordered. So, like, the modern border started in Mirrodin, and that was kind of the I would say the newest style border until about, I think, I'm going to say M15. M15 is, I think, when they introduced the new border, the one with the sort of, as you see on Mog Fanatic here, with the black borders at the bottom, where they make it. Apparently, it's better for parsing cards. I didn't think it was M10 for the new border. I'm pretty sure it was like more. I'm going to say M14 or M15. I may be completely wrong, but yeah, this was certainly like new border. And I think one of the bits of damage on the stack was they wanted to do it to make combat more interesting. So at the time, they said, I think I was reading an article, one of the Wizards articles about this when I was doing the research, and they said, oh yeah, it was just a bit boring. Creatures were just tilting at each other. Yeah, so we wanted to put damage on the stack and make creature combat more interesting. And I mean, to be fair, it was pretty interesting. And I was pretty happy with that. But yeah, I think at the time they were trying to make a more cohesive game, and yeah, the damage on the stack changes went away, along with many other things that I'm trying to recall at this time. I think there's this weird period in my head where it's like I can't, because of the Battle of the Wits quizzes that I keep making. I've got a lot of rules changes in my head that are like, some of these are M10s, some of these are Future Sight. So yeah, fun times. All right, so damage on the stack. I've said a lot about that now. Let's move on. Loops forcing draws. Yay, good times. Yeah, so if a game somehow enters a loop of mandatory actions, you repeating a sequence of events with no way to stop, that game is a draw. loops that contain an optional action don't result in a draw. So yeah, Lich's Mirror, Blightsteel Colossus. Lich's Mirror tries to replace dying. So if you would lose the game, instead you're going to shuffle your hand, your graveyard, permanents you control into your library, draw 7 cards, and your life total is going to become 20. So if you manage to give this to somebody and then deal infect damage to them that would kill them, they will die because of state-based actions. They will have 11 infect at that point, so they will lose the game. Instead, they're going to shuffle their hand, graveyard, and permanents they control into their library, draw 7 cards, and their life total is going to become 20. Yes, you have to donate it. Yes, you have to donate it. That is the important point. You have to donate that to somebody else, because at that time you do not want this shuffling into their deck. So yes, you have to. This has to be donated to somebody else, and then you have to be dealing the Blightsteel damage to somebody else. You have to deal them infect damage. Yes, so essentially you get into a loop where, and it can't be responded to either, because every time you get priority, you're going to lose the game, and that's going to be replaced by this Lich's Mirror happening. But then the next time you get priority, Lich's Mirror happens again, and the game's just a draw. And that is a loop that cannot be gotten around. So yeah, it's a nice, fun one. Say fun for the people, fun for the person doing it. It's a nice effect for people. All right, we are on slide 40. We're a sixth of the way through, and we've been going for let's say 40 minutes. So I need to get a move on. Okay, good. That's a good thing for me to know. All right. Only one alternative cost can be paid. So if you're flashing back a card in your graveyard, for example, you may. So if you flash back, say, Force of Will using Snapcaster Mage, you can't use the pay 1 life and exile a blue card from your hand to pay that cost at that point. So you can't flash back using the Force of Will cost at that point. That's just a fairly straightforward rule. You pick a cost. That's the one you're going to be using. Yay, Mana Burn. Mana Burn's another old one. So from the comprehensive rules, when a phase ends, but not a step, any unused mana left in your mana pool would be lost, and you'd lose 1 life for each 1 mana lost this way, called Mana Burn. So it's loss of life, and it's not damage. It can't be prevented by or altered by effects that affect damage, and it doesn't use the stack. They tried to bring this back a little bit in Yearlock of Scorch Thrash, which is pretty cool. That was Mana Burn was a thing for a very long time, and then when they finally got rid of it, they found out that it didn't actually matter. Nobody really cared about it. Nobody cared about it at all when they were making decks. I think some cards got somewhat better. Things like Braid of Fire, for example, got slightly better, even though it's still a terrible enchantment. It was pretty cool. I'm pretty glad it's gone. It's even more rules baggage that you don't actually have to care about. So the mana value of split cards, hooray! Yes. So there are bits of this that are orange, but certainly like the mana value of split cards has been a contentious topic over the years. Currently, the mana value of a split card not on the stack, or a fused split spell on the stack, is determined from the combined mana costs of both of its halves. Otherwise, while the split card is on the stack, the mana value of the spell is determined by the mana cost of the half that was chosen to be cast. So if you cast Rags from your hand on the stack, the mana value is 4. In the graveyard, it's going to be, move my head, 11. It used to be the case that split cards gave you 2 answers, and that was weird. It was a weird time for Magic, but that's where you could put, for example, cards which had, I think, possibly Fire and Ice. I'm going to say there's certainly some split cards that would fit under Isochron Scepter, because they were instant spells with less than CMC2, and then you would be able to cast the other half from under the Isochron Scepter, which it was a neat little rulesy thing, but I'm again kind of glad it's gone. It does make a bit more sense now that split cards, have a define rather than getting two answers. That always seemed a bit weird. But yeah. Planeswalker uniqueness rule, yay! So similar to Legend rule, there used to be a rule that said a player who controlled two or more planeswalkers with the same planeswalker type would put all but one of those planeswalkers into their owner's graveyard. So you couldn't have two different Jaces on your side of the battlefield. That was stupid, and they decided to get rid of that. I think that the point about it was trying to be thematic. Like, what does it make? Does it make sense that two different planeswalkers? A planeswalker is your friend. They're supposed to be coming to help you. How does it make sense that two different iterations of your planeswalker would be on the battlefield at the same time? And it's just like, it doesn't matter. Just doesn't matter. Now it's legendary, and I think it's a little bit easier to understand. Certainly, you don't have to understand a second different rule set. I mean, at the time, it was a bit weird because obviously there were a bunch of cards printed without the legendary bit to it, and having legendary planeswalker all over the type line does look a little bit bad. But no, I don't know. I think for trying to explain it to new players, trying to explain just the one rule kind of makes sense. It's ridiculous you control two different Jasons. Now, excuse me while I play my 6 different cards that are somehow all Jeska. Yep. Yeah, we've got Phage, Corona, etc. Nice. And then the Planeswalker one. Clones plus legendary all actually makes no sense though. Yeah, so that's a fair point. All right, so Summoning Sickness, but correctly this time. So Summoning Sickness, but correctly this time. So the previous one was like Summoning Sickness. Hey, fairly straightforward. You can't attack with a thing. It's not always that simple. So summoning sick creatures, you can use abilities of summoning sick creatures that don't include the tap symbol. That's just a straightforward thing that you can do. If it doesn't have a tap symbol, you can just use that ability. The slightly more interesting one is where you can use abilities that would tap the creature but don't use the tap symbol. So, for example, here we have Kumena, Tyrant of Orazka. Tap 3 untapped Merfolk you control to draw a card. So you can actually tap Kumena to pay for part of that cost, even though, like, if you just played Kumena, you wouldn't necessarily be able to tap her if she had a tap symbol ability. Sorry, good point. It is tap or untap symbol. Yeah, to tap and untap are two halves of the same thing, basically. But yeah, it's exactly the same. It's also not just entering the battlefield. So if you gain control of a creature with summoning with control magic, for example, or some other control magic effect, it's going to have summoning sickness, which is why all the spells that do this, like the threaten effects, will give that creature haste. It's kind of just to get around this rather than gaining control of it and then doing nothing with it because you can't, it's not got haste, so you can't activate any of its tap abilities or you can't attack with it. So yeah, summoning sickness, actual summoning sickness, or rather, bits that don't count towards summoning sickness. Oblivion Ring tricks. I think this is probably one that everyone learns at some point in their Magic career. Is Oblivion Ring tricks. So, the old school templating for getting rid of something was Oblivion Ring, and you'd do that entirely through exile abilities. So you play an Oblivion Ring, you'd enter the battlefield ability onto the stack. Then you would remove the Oblivion Ring. You'd bounce it to hand or sacrifice it, which then puts the leaves the battlefield ability onto the stack. The leaves battle ability resolves first and then does nothing. There's no card to find. And then the enter the battlefield ability resolves, and the targeted creature, or permanent rather, will be exiled forever. So yeah, it's one of these tricks that when you show it to people, they're like, "Wait, really? That works?" And it's just like, yeah, that works, and because this is how it works, and you can step through and prove at each point that's what each ability is doing. Now, these days, you won't see this effect done as much because the new tech, as it were, I say new tech, I think Banisher Priest was what, M10. The M10 tech, or the Banisher Priest tech for this is exiling something for as long as this is on the battlefield. So for example, if you're exiling a creature with Banisher Priest and then Banisher Priest goes away, then there's nothing to do in response, essentially. So yeah, it's quite a little fun trick. If you haven't seen it before, it's definitely a fun one. Snow is not a type of mana. Yeah, snow is just a super type of permanence, and when you're using a cost, the snow mana symbol represents a cost that can be paid with 1 mana of any type produced by a snow source. The interesting thing here that I think Siberian Rabbit raised when making this originally, so if the mana undergoes any changes, like being made colorless by Crewfix, it's still snow mana under the covers. It's because it came from a snow source, but in the interim, it's been made colorless in that time. So it's just a bit of a weird one that I quite liked. But yeah, snow mana. Not super relevant, but I mean, Kaldheim did add it a little bit in, but yeah. Alrighty, that was layer 3. How are we doing? How many people have we got in chat? I'm just gonna briefly bring up the thing. We have 44 viewers. Hello, people. Hope you're having a good time. I know I am. So on to layer 4. Layer 4, we've got a couple of things here. Only one thing that hasn't been done for a while. So one thing that's changed, and that's the Paris Mulligan. So yeah, it'll be done in 2 hours, he said, as we took it in 1 hour to finish layer 3. Shh, it's fine. It's fine. I would try my best. It's because I'm talking. I was thinking it was like a minute per slide. I might have been naive. All right. +1 and +1 and -1 counters cancel each other out. This is a state-based action. If a permanent has both a +1/+1 counter and a -1/-1 counter on it, you remove n of those, where n is the smaller of the number. So basically they annihilate each other. That's a state-based action. So yeah, if you haven't seen this before, these what was it? Morningtide and Lorwyn and Eventide, lots of interactions between +1/+1 and -1/-1 counters. But yeah, they annihilate each other when they come into contact. 104.3F is impossible. So 104.3F is if a player would both win and lose the game simultaneously, that player loses the game. This is a rule that was very frustrating to me when I was originally trying to make a Magic the Gathering rules engine. Mostly because I was trying to find a test case for this, and doing research is like, you can't do it. You literally can't do it. So yeah, you start thinking about things and go, well, maybe, you know what, Lab Maniac, I'm sure we can get that working. Yeah, because we can deal damage to ourselves and then draw a card. And then you realize that when you're resolving a spell, you do things in a certain order. And then then you look into other things like Nefarious Lich. Yeah, there's just no way of doing this. There's no way of doing this in the current rule set. There is no current way of winning and losing the game. This is just a kind of catch-all thing that in the future, if somebody somehow makes a scenario where this happens, it doesn't. You just lose. I don't want to butcher your name. I don't know how to pronounce your first name, Joao. I'm gonna say Joao. I'm probably wrong. Says I've been watching your videos since the Weird Thing shorts. It shocked me to see that someone has producing such good content and such little followers. Cheering that you get bigger. Ooh woo. Thank you for that. That's nice. I appreciate it. All right, on to the next one. Infinity minus infinity is infinity. This is silver bordered, so it doesn't really matter. But if you gain infinite life thanks to a life-linking infinity elemental, and then your opponent hits you with an infinity elemental of their own, you're going to take infinite damage, but you still have infinite life. And that's just maths. So I'm going to skip. So, rule 100.6b, the greatest rule in the comprehensive rules. Players can use the magic store and event locator at wizards.com/locator to find tournaments in their area. So the question does remain, can you mindslave your opponent to force them to use the magic store and event locator at wizards.com/locator to find tournaments in their area? Possibly not. I believe it has to be in-game actions only for Mindslaver. But yeah, it's kind of just a nice weird one to have in there. Obviously, it kind of makes sense in the grand scheme of things. Certainly, when you look at, I think the top level rule for that, it's talking about tournament rules and stuff like that. But yeah, just a lovely weird one to have in there. Tokens aren't cards. Tokens aren't considered cards. Even a card-sized game supplement that represents a token isn't considered a card for rules purposes. Yes, so I think the example I was asked to put here was Teferi's Realm. Teferi's Realm. At the beginning of each player's upkeep, that player chooses artifacts, creatures, lands, or global enchantments. All cards of that type phase out. So that's only going to affect actual cards. I think it's now been templated as all non-land permanents of that type. Sorry, all non-token permanents of that type. Let's get the right phrasing there. All right. Time for Trample versus Death Touch 3. Trample and Death Touch and Double Strike versus Protection and versus Indestructible. So, if your 4/4 Trample, Double Strike, Death Touch attacks into a 3/3 with Protection. So, in your first strike combat damage, you have to assign 1 to the creature with Protection and 3 to your opponent. 3 tramples over. 0 damage is assigned to the creature with Protection. So, in the regular combat damage step, you have to assign that damage again in the regular combat damage step for a total of 6 damage in total. So that's kind of a bit of a weird one, but I think it flows on naturally from the other one where we were talking about having to deal 1 damage in the protection case. If you're attacking into a 3/3 with Indestructible, the same thing happens, but 1 damage is marked on the 3/3 after the first strike combat damage step. It just doesn't die because it's Indestructible. Teeman in chat is talking about 104.3F, and I'm sure Siberian Rabbit is probably going to point out why that's not going to work. I hope they might, if they are still about. But yes, that you've made the first stage of thinking about why it doesn't work. Lab Maniac is not the way you want to be going. All right, mana abilities. Now, if you watched my video recently on mana abilities, you might have a bit of an insight into why these are weird. Yeah, So, an activated ability is a mana ability if it meets all the following criteria. It doesn't have a target, it could add mana to a player's mana pool when it resolves, and it's not a loyalty ability. And then you also have triggered mana abilities, which are pretty similar, but they trigger from the activation or resolution of an activated mana abilities. Mana abilities. Thank you, England. Mana. I say mana. Mana is fine, and could add mana to a player's mana pool when it resolves. One of the fun ones here is Priest of Forgotten Gods, where you can target any number of target players. So the rulings on this are actually fairly clear. This is always a mana ability, regardless of if you're choosing no targets. So you could choose one target, you could choose two targets, you could choose zero targets. We don't have a weird case where you, if you choose zero targets, it's a mana ability, and if you choose one target, it's not a mana ability. It's always a mana ability. It's always not a mana ability. My notes here say Priest of Forgotten Gods is always a mana ability. No, that's completely wrong, Max. Priest of Forgotten Gods is always not a mana ability because it has targets. It always is classed to have targets. Thanks, past me for putting rubbish notes in my notes thing. All right, next one up we have Grist. Grist can be your commander. So Grist's ability is not a characteristic defining ability because it doesn't define its characteristics in every zone. But it works similarly, so it's active before the game starts and makes Grist a valid choice when declaring your commander. So I believe this is also validated by Sheldon Menery, who's on the Commander Rules Committee. They basically said, yeah, this just works, right? So it's it would be, I think it would be a lot better if it had a characteristic defining ability, but I think it would be a little bit weird saying that, oh, it's a legendary planeswalker, it's also a creature that's in all zones. Yeah, I don't know. So yeah. All right, good one for now is phasing. Everyone loves phasing. Phasing's the new hotness as well. Say the old new hotness, or the new old hotness. So phasing is a mechanic where permanents may phase out due to an effect, causing them to be treated as though they don't exist until they automatically phase in on their next untap step. Phasing is also the name of the keyword ability that puts a permanent in a repeating cycle of phasing in and out every 2 turns. There is a thing called phased out zone. I think I might cover the phased out zone in a slightly different thing. I think it's a different layer, so I probably won't cover that now. But yeah, phasing's fun. Currently they're using phasing for make it go away but don't have it transition zones. That's kind of the big thing, is not having it move zones, but still treating it as not existing. So it is kind of a good tech for that. There used to be a lot of weirdness around it. There used to be weird transitioning, which I think I will cover. If I don't cover it, I'm pretty sure I do cover it. But if I don't, I'll come onto it later. But yeah, things like tokens in the phased out zone used to be quite interesting. Paris Mulligan, hooray! So Paris Mulligan, after drawing hands, but before the game starts, the players decide in turn order if they'd like to mulligan or keep. Each player who chooses to mulligan shuffles their hand into the library and draws a new hand with 1 fewer card than before. Each player who chooses to keep his or her hand becomes their starting hand and is no longer able to take mulligans that game. So this is basically the Vancouver mulligan, but you don't get the scry. So that was the one that it was. I think it was Paris Mulligan for a very, very long time. Don't know how many years, but it feels like I was Paris Mulliganing for my entire Magic career until about 20. I think it was 2015 when the Vancouver one came in. So, all right, Knight of the Hokey Pokey Errata. I just love the fact that Siberian Rabbit decided to put fun ones like this in. Yeah, Night of the Hokey Pokey originally asked you to do something that's distinctly not the Hokey Pokey, and if you're in England, it's called the Hokey Cokey, which is also just an annoyance to me. But that's what the English card name is, Hokey Pokey. The Hokey Cokey received an errata around the times of unstable, which requires you to do the full Hokey Pokey. And also it had a new errata around unsanctioned, so you only have to do it with one body part. So yeah, obviously a point of great contention for Mark Rosewater to get those details into the silver bordered rules guide, as it were. So yeah, nice for that. But yeah, it's now been fixed. Mnemonic aid counters, next one up. Some abilities put counters on to remind you that a permanent has certain qualities. For example, monstrous. Generally, these abilities are not tied to the counters themselves. So, for example, here we go. We've got the Arbiter of the Ideal. We have, if it's an artifact, creature, or land card, you may put it onto the battlefield with a manifestation counter on it. That permanent is an enchantment in addition to its other types. So it's always going to be an enchantment, even if you remove the manifestation counter. And if you move that manifestation counter onto something else, it doesn't mean that the thing that it's on is an enchantment. The exception to this is are abilities that say, for example, for as long as. So Aquatex Will, I think, is another example where it says that land is an island in addition to its other types for as long as it has a flood counter on it. So if you remove the flood counter from it, it will stop flooding. I think there's a similar one with blaze counters. So yeah, it's an interesting one. So they tend to do everything that has an ongoing effect. They tend to put some kind of counter on these days. Token ownership, slightly orange, this one. It used to be that whoever controlled the effect that created the token would be considered the owner of the token. However, now they've changed that. 111.2 is that the player who creates a token is its owner. The token enters the battlefield under that player's control. So there used to be, I'm sure there used to be combos where you could, yes, it was I think the hunted creatures, the hunted cycle, you'd create tokens under your opponent's control. You created them, so you were still the owner of those tokens. And then you could gain control of all creatures. You can gain control of all creatures you own and gain control of those tokens. They've changed that. Good. It was a silly thing. This is one of these rules baggagey things again. So yeah, token ownership now just makes sense. Mirko Vosk doesn't mill. Yeah, I mean, kind of seems a little bit obvious if you, reading the card explains the card, but it might, to somebody who's looking at these abilities and going, well, why does that not work? That's kind of what you're doing. You're putting cards from your library into your graveyard. Surely that's milling, right? But no, mill is a keyword, and you will only trigger Bruvac the Grandiloquent from actual milling, not just Mirko Vosk, who is kind of milling, conditionally milling, based on land cards. Nice and straightforward one. Ooh, fun. Yeah, transforming double face cards versus modal double face cards. They like their double face cards now, don't they? Wizards R&D. Yeah, transforming double face cards can transform. Obviously, the name sort of suggests that. But modal double face cards can't. Another interesting thing about modal double face cards, you can't put them onto the battlefield transformed. So if you if you had it in your graveyard and then someone says put it onto the battlefield transformed, just doesn't work. There's going to be more on these in a second, so I'm not really going to cover all of them now. But yeah, there are differences to the two, and they don't obviously interact the same way, mostly around transforming. Replacement effects. Now we're starting to get into the fun stuff. This is the sort of the meat and bones of my content, unfortunately. The weirdness, the weird layers that we get. Yeah, replacement effects. Some continuous effects are replacement effects, like prevention effects. Replacement effects apply continuously as events happen. they aren't locked in ahead of time. Such effects watch for a particular event that would happen and completely or partially replace that event with a different event. They act like shields around whatever they're affecting. So yeah, these are the big fun ones, and tend to be templated by things like saying, if you would do something else. So yeah, this one here, thought reflection. If you would draw a card, draw 2 cards instead. So the original event doesn't actually ever take place. The game doesn't ever see you as saying, oh yes, you drew 1 card. It's like you always were drawing 2 cards. And you can replace multiple things. So if you had an effect which replaced card draw with something else, like bouncing a permanent, for example, the event would instead say, instead of drawing a card, it would be draw 2 cards, and then that's replaced to bounce a permanent and draw a card, and the event would always look like that. So yeah, kind of an interesting one. And one of the nice things is if you control both effects, you can do them in the order that you like. So if you had an effect that was replacing a card draw with, say, bouncing a permanent and thought reflection, and you did them in the other order, you would replace drawing a card with bouncing a permanent, but then you wouldn't double it from thought reflection because there's no card draw to replace anymore. So yeah, kind of a fun one. Yeah, it's one of these ones where in Commander you'll run into replacement effects all over the place. Certainly things like the Notion Thief is kind of a fun one where you're replacing additional card draws. Mana value of DFCs. Now, if you watch my videos, you may have seen this already. I've made a video about this. What was that sound? I think there's birds on the outside. It is dark here, like a wood pigeon in the background. So if you're hearing birds, it's in my background. Yeah, mana value of DFCs. Sound like a Twitch bit sound. I hope I haven't got any of those turned on. Sorry if I do. I can try and turn those off. Mute and mute and mute. How's that? I've turned off everything that isn't my voice. How's that? That oh, Twitch chats. Yeah, it could be. There's a Twitch chat sound here. There we go. All right. If you get any more sounds, let me know. But I've turned off everything but my voice. Only my voice. Yeah, mana value of DFCs. While a transforming double face permanent has its front face up, it has only the characteristics of the front face. While transforming double face permanent has its back face up, it only has the characteristics of its back face. However, the mana value is calculated using the mana cost of its front face. So if you copy the back face of a transforming double face card, the mana value of the permanent that is a copy is 0. Which, when I found that out, it was bizarre. But yeah, that is just unfortunately how it works. Yeah. So it very rarely comes. I doubt it matters for pretty much anything, but yeah, the mana value of that permanent is 0. It probably matters for some removal spells, certainly things that care about destroying things, CMC less than 3, for example. But yeah, you should check out my video if you haven't already. I think it's called the mana value quiz. So yeah, check it out. It goes into it a bit more. Face down cards are always revealed by the end of the game. Yeah, fairly straightforward one if you've played with face down cards. This covers Morph and Foretell, plus any other effects where cards are put into a zone face down. At the end of each game, all face down permanents, face down components of merged permanents, and face down spells must be revealed to all players. It's basically an anti-cheating mechanism. So if you foretold a card face down actually making sure you foretold something with foretell, kind of a thing you should care about. Morph as well. Yeah, it's a thing that you should do. It's one of those things where I think at higher level play you probably would have to do it, but certainly in like casual play, it's unlikely to make much of a difference. Astral cards. Somebody was mentioning these earlier. Yeah, Chandelar Astral cards. They were part of the original Magic the Gathering game. A semi-expansion of 12 cards known as the Astral set. The Astral cards have their own set symbol and incorporate various random attributes that will be difficult or impossible to replicate in real life. Having said this, that quote I took from Magic Wiki, I posted about this on Twitter the other day saying, give me my Aswan Jaguar in Magic Arena, because it feels like you could totally do the Aswan Jaguar effect in Alchemy or something like that, just a weird weird digital only effect. Yeah, just give me my Jaguar. Yeah, so there are 12 of these cards, and they I think they do have some rules issues for some of them. Certainly things like, I think one of them is play X fast effects, maybe something like that. So it doesn't necessarily translate particularly well over. The nice one about Aswan Jaguar, I think this one you can actually get as a card, an actual physical card, in the game box. So there are physical copies of this card that exist in an oversized version, not an actual Magic card sized version. Next one, Urzas. Urzas is a land type. So if you're not aware of this, it could be a bit weird when you look at this for the first time, but yeah, lands have their own unique set of subtypes, and these subtypes are called land types, obviously. There you can have deserts, forests, gates, islands, lairs, locusts, mine, mountain, plains, power plant, swamp, tower, and Urzas. So mine, tower, and power plant are all Urzas types as well. It's a hack. It's a massive hack as far as I can tell. Rather to get around to cards named a thing. Says, oh sorry, can I swear? Yeah, Holly, go ahead. I don't mind. I'm not going to swear myself, but you can swear in chat. That's fine. Yeah. So yeah, I think it's one of these things where it's trying to look for cards of the certain type. Like Urza's Mine, Urza's Tower, Urza's Power Plant, and Urza's Saga is just the natural. I think the person who made Urza's Saga, the person who put that in the file, was absolutely just laughing to themselves. Like the fact that it's like, I don't care how this is made. I just want to have a card that says Urza's Saga. I mean, I know we've made Saga types now. Can we make it a land? What happens with that? And the fact that it actually got printed in the end is absolute genius to me. So yeah, absolutely love it. All right, that is layer 4 done. On to layer 5. Let's go. Because I'm taking that was like 25 minutes for one layer, so it's going to be a while. It's going to be a longer stream than I was expecting. I've got two cans of Coke, so we should be fine. Yeah, let's just explain layers. Here are layers. Layers are complicated. Layers are the interaction of like continuous effects. They're pretty complicated. But what I've done here is just go through each of the different layers. There are seven official layers, where the interaction of those effects at each layer basically determine what a permanent looks like. So layer 1, rules and effects that modify copyable values are applied. So that's things like copy effects, merging with permanents, face down spells and permanents have their characteristics modified after that. So there's layer 1A is like copy effects. Layer 1B is face downness. Layer 2 control change. So if somebody gains control of something, that's a layer 2. Layer 3 is text changing. Text changing things like gains the text of, so like Volrath shapeshifter. Type 4, layer 4, type changing effects, so the things that change things like the card type, so changing, adding like creature or adding artifact, enchantment, etc., or subtypes or supertypes. Layer 5, color changing. There are cards that can change the color of permanents and spells. So I mean, this is the interaction of things with permanents. So yeah, changing the color of a permanent. It happens in layer 5. Layer 6 is where we start adding effects and removing effects. So effects, adding abilities and removing abilities, and keyword counters and things that say you can't have an ability applied. And then layer 7 is the one that determines things like power and toughness. So within layer 7, we also have layer 7A. So characteristic defining abilities are sort of like the top layer of that. So that's like this creature is X3, where X is the number of lands you control. Things that set power and toughness to a certain layer, that's the next layer. Layer 7C, things that modify power and toughness but don't set them to a specific number or value. And layer 7D, effects that switch power and toughness. So that's the last layer. So if you switch something's power and toughness, that's the last layer when it comes to power and toughness. Power toughness changing modifiers work in any zone. I don't know whether that's super relevant. Possibly it is. It'd be an interesting one. I can't immediately think of something that would be relevant there, but if you've got an example, stick it in chat. That'd be great. Yes, fun interactions. So these are like the typical poster children for being layers or doing stupid things with layers. Humility and opalescence is kind of the big one. So this is the current interaction. I'm going to literally read from the rulings on, I think it's humility at this point. The type changing effect applies at layer 4, but the rest happens in the applicable layers. So the rest of it will apply even if the permanent loses its abilities before it's finished applying. So if opalescence, humility, and worship are on the battlefield, and opalescence enter the battlefield before humility, the following is true. Layer 4, humility and worship become creatures that are enchantments. Layer 6, humility and worship lose their abilities. Layer 7b, humility becomes 4/4, worship becomes 4/4. Humility becomes 1/1, and worship becomes 1/1. So they end up being 1/1s. But if humility entered the battlefield before opalescence, the following is true. They each become creatures. They each lose their abilities. Humility becomes 1/1, and worship becomes 1/1, and then humility becomes 4/4, and worship becomes 4/4. So depending on the timestamp, you can either end up with 1/1s or 4/4s. The next one is humility and Magus of the Moon, where they interact. If there are multiple continuous effects to apply, we look at we do the layer system essentially. So in this case, Magus' effect is a type changing effect, and that happens in layer 4. And humility is an effect that removes abilities and applies afterwards in layer 6. So with humility and Magus of the Moon out, you will end up with all of your non-basic lands being mountains and a 1/1 Magus of the Moon with no abilities. So it kind of just looks weird at the very end of it, but it does make sense in the way that it all shakes out. There are obviously lots more fun interactions with layers. I would suggest if you're interested in layer stuff, go and possibly look at like level 1 judging stuff. I'm not actually a judge. I've never taken a judging thing in my life. I've looked at like level 1 stuff before and it was like, it could be interesting. I'm a rules fan, shall we say. Controlling other players. Yeah, controlling other players is just a bit of a weird thing to be doing. So yeah, Mindslaver. It was a card that got introduced to do this. Introduced in 2003. Mark Rosewater did it as a design for Tempest. While controlling a player, you have access to all info they have access to and can take all decisions they can take, or game actions they can take, except for conceding or checking the sideboard, basically. Chains of Mephistopheles. Now, if you've been watching or reading my card of the Year of MTG series, you will have seen this card on April 1st. It's just a complicated card, basically. If a player would draw a card, except for the first one they draw on each of their draw steps, that player discards a card instead. So it's a replacement effect. So instead of drawing, if you're drawing a card and it's not the first one you draw in your draw step, there's a replacement effect that happens that says instead you have to discard a card first. And if you can't do that, then you have to mill a card. And if you do that, then you draw a card. So if you actually read through it and apply it, if you apply it to the draws individually, it actually kind of makes a lot of sense. And one of the things you have to realize is that draws happen individually. If something says draw 3 cards, just take it step by step and realize that it's replacing individual bits. So if it says draw 3 cards, let's take Brainstorm for example. If someone says draw 3 cards, put 2 back on your deck, what draw 3 is actually saying, I'm going to come on to this in a second, but draw 3 is actually saying draw 1, draw 1, draw 1, put 2 back. So draw 1 is going to be replaced by the Chains of Mephistopheles. Draw 1 again replaced by Chains of Mephistopheles, and you just go through and iterate through it. This card becomes a lot simpler at that point. Next one up, Jace Vryn's Prodigy versus Madness. So this is actually a ruling on the card, but it just makes sense if you know about how Madness works. So if you discard a card with Madness while resolving the ability of Jace Vryn's Prodigy, you need to already have 5 other cards in your graveyard to satisfy that ability's condition. You can't choose to put the card directly into your graveyard to satisfy it. Basically Madness, when you're doing this draw and discarding, if you draw and discard, you discard into exile first. So the card won't be there basically for the rest of the ability. The next one up is state-based actions, which has got so much text on it. Why did I decide to do this? Okay, text. Right. State-based actions are game actions that happen automatically when certain conditions are met. They don't use the stack. They're checked throughout the game and they're not controlled. Whenever a player would get priority, they're checked. If any would be put on if any state-based action performed as a result of a check, the check is repeated. Otherwise, the triggered abilities that are waiting to be put on the stack are put on the stack. Once no more state-based actions have been performed and no more triggered abilities have been waiting to put on the stack, somebody gets priority. Hooray! Awesome. So the state-based actions are rattling through. A, if a player has 0 or less life, that player loses the game. B, if a player attempted to draw a card from a library with no cards in it, since the last time the state-based actions were checked, that player loses the game. C, if a player has 10 or more poison counters, that player loses the game. D, if a token is in a zone other than the battlefield, it ceases to exist. E, if a copy of a spell is in a zone other than the stack, it ceases to exist. If a copy of a card is in any zone other than the stack or the battlefield, it also ceases to exist. F, if a creature has toughness 0 or less, it's put into its owner's graveyard, and you can't replace that with regeneration. If a creature has toughness greater than 0, it has damage marked on it, and the total damage marked on it is greater than or equal to its toughness, the creature has been dealt lethal damage and is destroyed. Regeneration can replace this event. If a creature has toughness greater than 0 and it's been dealt damage with a source from a source with Death Touch since the last time it's been checked, state-based action has been checked, that creature is destroyed. Regeneration can replace this event. If a planeswalker has loyalty 0, put into its owner's graveyard. J, if a player controls 2 or more legendary permanents with the same name, you choose one of them and the rest are put into your graveyard, and that's the legend rule. We've covered this one. K, if 2 or more permanents have the super type world, all except the one that has the world super type. I'm going to cover the world rule in a second, actually, so I'm not going to do that. M, if an aura is attached to an illegal object or player, or is not attached to an object or player at all, that aura is put into its owner's graveyard. If an equipment or fortification is attached to an illegal permanent or player, it becomes unattached and remains on the battlefield. P, if a creature is attached to an object or player, it becomes unattached and remains on the battlefield. So that's basically if something was attached to something as a like a non-creature, and then becomes a creature. Similarly, if a permanent that's neither an aura, an equipment, or a fortification is attached to an object or a player, it becomes unattached and remains on the battlefield. Q, we've covered this one before. If an opponent has both +1s and -1s counters, they get annihilated. If an opponent with an ability that says it can't have more than N type of a counter on it, has more than N type N counters of that kind, all but N are removed. S, we're up to S, aren't we? Yeah, S, if the number of lore counters on a saga permanent is greater than or equal to its final chapter number, and it isn't the source of a chapter ability that's triggered and not yet left the stack, that saga's controller sacrifices it. Sagas are fun. And if a player's venture marker is on the bottommost room of a dungeon card, and that dungeon card isn't the source of a room ability that's triggered but not yet left the stack, the dungeon card's owner removes it from the game. See Rule 309 Dungeons. Whew. State-based actions are fun, and I think they've added the last two of those. So S and T, the sagas one and the dungeons one. They've sort of added those fairly recently. They kind of just there. I think it's kind of there to make the rules work. Somebody's come up with a design and it's gone. Yeah, we'll just add a state-based action. I think for the longest time we didn't actually add any more state-based actions. It seems like they're a little bit happier about adding them now. So yes, there is an interaction between Urza's Saga and Blood Moon, which I will be covering later. That is on a slightly lower layer. All right, state-based actions. I'm not going to cover those anymore. There's a lot of text to go through there. So yeah, people have been asking about +2/+2 and -2/-2 and any other types of counters that aren't +1/+1s and -1/-1s. They don't cancel each other out. Basically, anything that's not +1/+1 and -1/-1, they're just rare. There's not enough that we just don't care. We don't care. We say no need for weird rules and carry on. So yes, you can have a -2/-2 and a +2/+2 counter on a permanent, and they just coexist. And we're back to the original. This is like Mulligan 4 now we're on. So Magic's earliest Mulligan rule allows a player who'd drawn either 0 or 7 lands in their opening hand to reveal your hand and shuffle it back into your deck, drawing a replacement hand of 7 cards. And you can only do that once per game. I feel like the Paris Mulligan there was a bit better than that one, and obviously it lasted for a very long time. App nap. So the active player, non-active player, if multiple players make choices or take actions at the same time, the active player, the player whose turn it is, makes any choices required, and then the next player in turn order, usually the player seated to that active player's left, makes any choices required, followed by the remaining non-active players in turn order. And then those actions happen simultaneously. So this rule is often referred to as the active player, non-active player order rule. Again, it's one of those things where we order, we have a defined order for who's doing what at various different points throughout a turn, and it just makes things sensible. So yeah, AppNap, if you haven't heard of that before, it's worth looking into. It's definitely one of the more mainstream, sensible things that you should look into. All right, next up, the fun one. Squee the Immortal versus Ixalan's Binding. So this doesn't work anymore, but it used to. And I'm going to go over why it used to. So for a brief period, it used to be the case that you could cast Squee the Immortal. So Squee the Immortal says you can cast Squee the Immortal from exile. It used to be the case you could cast it from under Ixalan's Binding, because the first step in casting a spell is from moving it from wherever it is to the stack, and verifying that spell could legally be cast was the fourth step. So by the time you could actually cast it, but by the time you were checking, can I actually cast this? There was nothing in exile under the Ixalan's Binding, so it was absolutely fine for you to be able to cast it from exile. And obviously people got a bit upset about that, and so the rules were changed. And so now there is a rule 601.3 which says a player can begin to cast a spell only if a rule or effect that allows that player to cast it, and there are no rules or effects prohibiting that player from casting it. So there is now a hard dead stop for stopping you doing the silly fun things. But that kind of makes sense. And it's the point of least surprise, basically. Next up, Krark's Thumb versus Mana Clash. Starting to get into the fun, the really nice ones that get me animated. Krark's Thumb versus Mana Clash. It has the seemingly inconsistent with AppNap ruling. We've just gone past AppNap, right? So the active player makes a choice, the non-active player then makes a choice. So Krark's Thumb says if you and your opponent, there are rulings on this which says if you and your opponent both flip at the same time, you can see what your opponent's result is before choosing which result to keep. So instead of the system being, I'm going to flip, Krark's Thumb is, if you would flip a coin, instead you flip 2 coins and you keep 1. So instead of flip 2, keep 1, then your opponent keeps 1, instead you have your opponent flips 1, you flip 2, and then you keep 1. So it's a bit of a weird one that sort of only kind of really works via rulings. Tends to be kind of how the game goes for some of these singleton weird cards with weird effects. Like, so there'll be a ruling which is like, well, what did we actually intend for this to happen? So that's a bit of a weird one. Nice one with Krark's Thumb there. The Delu horse keeps on riding. Yay! Riding the Delu horse is a card, I believe. I'm going to say Portal. I don't know if it's Portal 3 Kingdoms. I'm trying to remember what that set symbol is. But yeah, it's an ability. It's a sorcery. We're going to cast a sorcery on a creature. It's going to get +2/+2 and gains horsemanship. Normally, we'd put counters on things for this, or it would be an aura. But yeah, the effect lasts indefinitely. There is no mnemonic counter. You just have to remember that the creature gets +2/+2 and gains horsemanship. It's an aura without being an aura. So it's one of those fantastic ones. Costs can usually be paid in any order. So the interesting thing here is that the 601.28 basically explicitly says how you do this. So to pay a full cost for anything, you pay a cost that doesn't involve random elements or moving objects from the library to a public zone in any order. And then you pay remaining costs in any order. There was an example for this. I can't remember what it is off the top of my head. Salyon says, so Valapan Glacier is in here, right? That is like layer 12. You've got a while left for that one. Yeah. So I think there are definitely some abilities which involve random elements. I think like discarding random cards or something like that. They have to be paid first before you then go and do clay glow. There we go. Thank you, Siberian Rabbit. It was clay golem. Yeah, there was some element of randomness which that bit has to be done first, and then you have to pay like any mana available, mana associated with that ability or cost. So yeah, fun. Normally you might think, oh, I can do this in any order, but no, there are specific orders for that. Phasing out tokens. Yes, so there used to be a thing called the phased out zone. Obsolete, but it used to be that tokens in the phased out zone ceased to exist. So there was basically I mentioned phasing before. There were long rules articles on phasing. The big thing here used to be when a token phased out, the token ceased to exist, and it was a state-based effect at the time. And if you had anything attached to that aura, anything attached to that token, so like auras, equipment, or fortifications, those things would be phased out for the rest of the game. So I have a video from a very long time ago where you can take somebody's commander, turn it into an equipment, equip that commander onto your token, phase out that token, and then their commander is phased out forever, and it goes away, and you can't do anything with it anymore. So they changed that because that was stupid, and phasing now works in the way you expect. It just classed as not being there. There's no weirdness with tokens ceasing to exist because it's not actually leaving the battlefield. It's just treated as it doesn't exist, and it's a better system now. Absolutely. All right, extra land drops, and there's an orange bit here for Blinking Azusa. Yeah, so it used to be the case that when you played a land, you had to choose to say which effect you were using to play that land. So if you had an Azusa on the battlefield, you'd say, oh yeah, I'm using this effect of Azusa to play my land for the turn, and then you could bounce and flicker that, and it comes back into the battlefield, and you say, all right, I've got an extra set of land drops that I can use. They fixed this, they've tightened this up a bit now. So now the set of land drops is determined by what you have on the battlefield. And let's say you had an Azusa and you've already played 3 lands. If you flicker Azusa, you do not get an additional set. So it's a little bit, I think, a little bit worse now, but it kind of makes more sense. You don't have to be declared. It's probably for programming reasons. You just like, I don't want to say, oh, I'm using ability X of permanent Y to play a land. It's a lot easier. It makes a lot less sense and a lot more sense. Sorry, it makes a lot more sense to have the ability to play a land governed by what's on the battlefield at that time. So here's a fun one: reanimating, Max. I've misspelled that, but that's fine. Reanimating Golgari Grave Troll. So if you return Golgari Grave Troll from your graveyard directly to the battlefield, the first ability, so the one where it says it enters with a +1/+1 counter on it for each creature card in your graveyard, it counts itself. And yeah, basically the reason for this is before it's on the battlefield, it has to be somewhere, and there is no staging area where things are before the battlefield. So it's in the graveyard, and so when it's going to the battlefield, it has to determine how many counters to put on itself, and it goes, there's a Golgari Grave Troll in the graveyard. I must count that and put a counter on. So yeah, it counts towards itself. Bit of a weird one. Obviously, generally you'd be going from the stack to the battlefield, and it wouldn't make a difference. But yeah, reanimating it, bit of a change. Here's a fun one that I didn't even know existed. It's nice. I say nice, it's not nice. Bullying is not nice. So tapping a land for mana starts a new round of priority. That's the takeaway for this. So if you tap a land, that starts a new round of priority. So the thing I found to like explain this, what the concept was, player A is casting a spell. Player B has a counterspell and everyone, players B, C, and D definitely don't want this spell to resolve. Player A is going to win the game or something. So player B can pass priority by player B can pass priority in response to the spell, and somewhat force player D to tap a land for mana. And once you tap a land for mana, that starts a new round of priority off. So in the new round of priority, if C doesn't tap a land for mana, the spell is going to resolve. And in that round of priority, D also needs to tap a land because otherwise the spell will resolve again. And B's in the point of having to work. B basically just sits there while C and D have to tap each other out until the last round of priority, where B then finally just counters the spell, or doesn't. They don't. It depends on what the spell is. But I mean, if they're going to win the game, probably you do want to counter it. But yeah, it's called mana bullying. It's a bit. I think it's a bit mean, but obviously the chat seems very animated by it. So CEDH does sound like the right sort of place for this kind of behaviour. Yeah, mana bullying, a concept I'd never even heard of. But yeah, it kind of makes sense when you read the rules behind priority and tapping lands for mana. Missing the timing. So the quote I was asked to put in here was, "This is a dumb Yu-Gi-Oh reference, but it kind of does sort of work when talking about everything else." So there is a difference between if you do and when you do, and there's basically a weird. I think there's a timing thing in Yu-Gi-Oh as well. There's like an equivalent in Yu-Gi-Oh. The difference between if you do and when you do, I've got the examples here. So we've got Mask of Memory. Mask of Memory is a card which says when you deal combat damage to a player, you may draw a card. If you do, then you discard. So if you dredge a card using that ability, you will discard it. If you have Royal Scions, which is here, if you ultimate Royal Scions and it says draw 4 cards, and when you do something else. If you dredge 4 times, you will not trigger the second part of this ability. Instead it will say you dredge 4 times. So there is no when in that case. The Royal Scions will not be dealing any damage equal to the number of target to any target equal to the number of cards in your hand. So yeah, kind of a weird one there, but there's a slightly different wording, and you just got to be careful when you're looking at abilities. 2HG. I think so the quote I had here was probably too low, but I don't feel like editing, from Siberian Rabbit. 2HG, if you don't know what 2HG is, Two-Headed Giant is a variant game. You play with 2 teams of 2 players each. There's a thing where you have shared turns. It's really good fun. If you've never played it before, look into it. Hopefully some game stores will do Two-Headed Giant like at events. I think that you can actually have like sanctioned Two-Headed Giant events. So they're really good fun. They're a good way to experience the game. I think the last time I played Two-Headed Giant was like a Lara block. So I don't know how popular they are these days, but yeah, it's a good one. It's good fun variant. Land Home, Island Home is an obsolete ability, an obsolete keyword ability that meant this creature can't attack unless defending player controls an type of land, and when you control no types of land of that type, sacrifice this creature. They got rid of it entirely. Really weirdly, like I don't understand why they don't tend to do this kind of thing, but maybe they just wanted to get rid of a keyword that was not really pulling its weight. But yeah, cards printed with the ability have just now been given an errata to explicitly spell out those 2 clauses. So yeah, Land Home, bit of a weird one. It was just a negative effect that you had on a bunch of creatures, kind of like power them down. Very well, a lot in a lot of cases. Like Dan, I think is can't remember if it's like Dan is like 2 blue mana for a 4/3. Is with like Island Home, something like that. This is a fun one. This is a fun one I didn't know about. Copying a permanent spell creates a token but doesn't create a token. So creating a token only counts from abilities that use the term create. The wonderfully numbered 111.11 says a copy of a permanent spell becomes a token as it resolves. The token has the characteristics of a spell that become that token. The token is not created for the purposes of any replacement effects or triggered abilities that refer to creating a token. So Doubling Season, for example, is not going to double the number of tokens you get from copying a permanent spell. So yeah, kind of weird. It might be, if you're copying a permanent spell and you have a doubling season out, you might expect to be like, I'm going to get an extra copy of that thing, but no, you don't. So yeah, fun times. Unless if I've got that wrong, Siberian Rabbit, let me know, because I'm making that bit up off the top of my head, and I'm not actually going off a thing, so I can edit this afterwards. It's not like I'm doing it live. Cool. Okay, layer 6 of 13. My voice is beginning to go. That's fine. Got a lot of fun ones in this one, so we're going to keep on going. Hope you're all having fun. Hope I'm not losing you at all. If you want to leave at any point, feel free. I will be uploading this in segments of a couple of layers at a time. Once I've edited it out, hopefully that will make sense for people. So feel free to leave if you want. I know it's going to be a long stream, but if you stay here, I love you. Thanks for staying. Layer 6. Restarting the game. Yes, one card, Khan Liberated, restarts the game. A game that has restarted immediately ends. Nobody wins, loses, or draws. All players in that game, when it ended, then start a new game following the procedures set forth in the Rule 103 starting the game, with the following exception. And it goes on into a whole bunch of different things. 2 hours in, we're about 3/8 of the way through. How does that make you feel? It's about right. Sounds about right. Yeah. I think that's pretty much where I was expecting. I will come on to there is a little bit of controversy around what that actually means. There is a lower layer about restarting the game, but generally speaking, this is what it means. This is going to be a nightmare to edit. Yeah, maybe we'll see. Yeah, so restarting the game, it's only on one card. Yeah, orange. Sorry, yeah, and to say, yeah, orange ones mean they are obsolete. The darker red ones, they're not like super dark red, but there's bright orange and there's dark red, and the dark red ones are things that still count, and orange is obsolete. Cards are drawn one at a time. So I did mention this earlier. For replacement effects, when you draw a card, they're drawn one at a time. So if somebody says draw 3 cards, that's actually draw 1, draw 1, draw 1. And obviously, like I say, it matters for replacement effects. So I'm not going to cover that much more. Special actions. Yay, special actions. Special actions are interesting. There are 10 of them, and they don't use the stack. So that's why they're called special actions. So the 10 things are: playing a land, doesn't use the stack; turning a face down creature face up; taking an action at a later time, usually to end a continuous effect. So that's when there are certain abilities that you can have which are like pay 2 to end this effect, for example. Taking your pants off is a special action. The speed of taking your pants off is going to be addressed later, I think. Yeah, taking action to ignore an effect from an ability for a duration. So that is like laying an arbiter, for example. Circling vultures, discard ability. It is literally the only named special actions. Yeah, it says you may discard this at any time. You may discard an instant, I think, something like that, and that's a special action. Suspending a card is a special action. Paying 3 to put your companion from outside the game into your hand. Foretelling a card is a special action. Rolling the planar die is a special action, and turning a conspiracy card face up as well. So yeah, all of those special actions. Somebody's asking if they reset priority, and Siberian Rabbit says yes, they do. So yes. Cool. So yeah, special action. They're basically a set of things that you can do while. Well, I'm gonna say. Yeah, they're faster. They don't use the stack, and you can do them through split second. I think that's the fun. That's the one that most people remember, is things like unmorphing a willbender to get around split second, because unmorphing is a special action. Triple face cards. So if you manifest a double face card, that card is face down, but it isn't one of the faces of the double faced cards. So if an effect allows a player to cast a double face card as a face down creature spell, or if a double face card enters the battlefield face down, it'll have the ability, the characteristic given to it by the rule effect that caused it to be face down. So that'll be manifested in that case, or morphed. So yeah, you can have a double face card that is face down and it's super face down, but you basically have to cover it up using a substitute card or opaque sleeves. So yeah, that is the triple face. Subgames. Everyone loves subgames. I love subgames. I made a lovely video about this on I'm going to say April Fool's 2021 about Charizard. Charizard allows players to play a Magic subgame. There are more. There's silver border cards that allow you to do this, but Charizard is the only black bordered one. Banned in probably everything that everyone cares about. Yeah, it's a completely separate Magic subgame created by an effect. It's a game within a game, and the main game is the one in which the spell ability that created the subgame was cast or activated. The main game just stops a bit, and then the subgame happens, and then when the subgame stops, we go back to the main game. So yeah, subgames is one of those ones where they looked at how long it was going to take to actually do rounds of things. It's just like, nope, do not want to deal with this, and that is sensible because Charizard is just. I understand the design behind it is just, this is nonsense. Let's not do that. Prismatic Piper, yeah, so kind of a unique one here. It's got a characteristic defining ability that has you make a decision before the game starts for the purposes of color identity. So you have to say what color it is to make sure your deck is legal. But it's also interesting because it is the only non-basic land card that is automatically in your draft pool when you're drafting Commander Legends. So when you're drafting Commander Legends, you always have access to the Prismatic Piper. And that's just a thing. And it is kind of weird that is a thing, but it kind of makes sense, I guess, for Commander Legends. If you somehow manage, while drafting Commander Legends, to not draft a legendary creature, then this is your out. And sorry, Siberian says there are two. You get two of them in your draft pool. So wonderful. If you want to partner them together, you can do wonderful things like that. Daybound and Moonmist. So yes, one of the fun things that people were always trying to do and wondering about during the new Innistrad block, Trinistrad. Daybound. Daybound is found on the front faces of some transforming double face cards and has 3 static abilities. It means if it's night, the opponent enters transformed. As it becomes night, if it's front face up, you transform it. And this permanent cannot be transformed except by its Daybound ability. So Moonmist. Moonmist would normally transform all humans, but you cannot transform a card with Daybound with Moonmist. And that is a decision that they made. So yeah, it is just a thing that happens. I did try for a very long time to break this card for shorts and didn't quite break it. I still have ideas in the back of my head, but yeah, it's there are some fun ones. If you remove ability from a card with Daybound, you can then use Moonmist. Yes, I think you can. Yes, if you remove the abilities, you can transform it. I think Magic Online doesn't like it. I think that there are reasons why I haven't made content around this, and I'm pretty sure it's because Magic Online is just like. So yeah. All right, next one up. Spellskite can target anything. So nowhere on Spellskite does it say you have to target a spell that has a target. So it just says change a target of target spell or ability to Spellskite. So one of the cheesy strategies you used to be able to do with apparently Blue Tron back in the day was to use Mindslaver on an opponent playing Spellskite and then have them play a spell and then activate Spellskite on it for Phyrexian mana until they were dead by paying 2 life, or if they're on an odd life total until they had 1. So yeah, fun times. You can basically just if you have a spell skite out, you can make them go to one or zero life. Intervening if clauses. Oh, one of the fun ones that people always find. Yeah, Valak at the Molten Pinnacle is kind of the big one here that most people will have heard of in the past. So yeah, and a triggered ability may read when, whenever, or at something if, comma, effect. So when a trigger ability occurs, the ability checks whether the stated condition is true, and then it triggers only if it is true. Otherwise, it does nothing. And then when it triggers, it checks it again as it resolves. And if it isn't true at that time, it's removed from the stack and does nothing. So it mirrors the check for legal targets, and that's referred to as the intervening if clause. So Valak at the Molten Pinnacle is kind of like the big one here, where if you scape shifted into 6 lands into I'm trying to remember now. I think you had scape shift 7 lands. You had one Valakut and 6 mountains. They all enter the battlefield at the same time. They all see each other enter the battlefield, and they all trigger at the same time. And you have 5 of the mountains at that point, and then you Valakut triggers for each of them. So if you want to minimize the damage that you do, if you destroy a mountain in response to those 6 triggers, you will only take 3 damage, or you'll only have Valakut dealing 3 damage. Basically, because each of them are triggering, 5 of those will see there's only 4 other mountains, and so the intervening if clause fizzles off. But the one there'll be one that does see 5 other mountains come in. The original ability of the one that you destroy, the mountain you destroy, will see the 5 other mountains enter the battlefield. So you'll get 1 instance rather than 6. So you get less damage. So yeah, intervening if clauses are kind of a real interesting one. You've got to keep an eye out for them. There is going to be an interesting one with Phage coming up in a short while, which I'll carry on explaining then. Anti is orange, so nobody plays for Anti anymore, or they shouldn't because it's bad. If players agree to play for Anti, at the beginning of the game, before you draw your starting hands, you put a random card from your library into the Anti zone. The winner of the game receives permanent ownership of all the cards in that zone. Several cards interact with the Anti mechanic, and all of those cards have the added text: remove this card from your deck before playing if you're not playing for Anti. Yeah, gambling, good old Magic the Gambling. Yeah, good name, Holly. Yeah, I guess this kind of made sense at the time, but I think there's a reason the Anti did not last long. I believe it didn't last into many sets, certainly. But yeah, it was a bad idea because, when you start getting into tournament settings and people are betting cards on things, it kind of does look a little bit like gambling. Probably not a good thing. Anyway. Goyf versus Bolt. So, state-based actions. Again, we've covered state-based actions recently. This is kind of a poster child for Goyf and looking at damage and when state-based actions are actually going to trigger. So, your opponent has a land in the graveyard. You have a sorcery in yours, and this makes Goyf a 2/3. So you have a lightning bolt in hand. I'm going to say, I want to get rid of your Goyf. At the beginning of your opponent's end step, I'm going to cast Lightning Bolt, targeting the Goyf. So there's 3 damage on the Goyf when the Lightning Bolt resolves. So you think, all right, okay, it's 3 damage, it's going to die. However, when your state-based actions are checked, Lightning Bolt is in the graveyard. And because the characteristic defining ability of Goyf is saying, oh yeah, it's equal to the number of different types of things in your graveyards, it's actually a 3/4. And when you look to see state-based actions, it goes, there's a 3/4 with 3 damage marked on it. Okay, cheers, bye. And that's it. You've wasted your bolt. And that's an interaction that, if you're not careful, It's one of those ones which you will get bitten by. But thankfully, Goif isn't particular. I don't think Goif's as popular as it used to be. I think modern has got a lot more broken. Bolts don't kill creatures. State-based actions kill creatures. Yeah, that's pretty much exactly right. Love it. All right, fun one. Yeah, Trinisphere. Good old Trinisphere in modern. Always applies last. So Trinisphere's ability affects the total cost of a spell. So it's applied after any other cost increases or cost reduces. So the first thing you do is you apply any cost increases to a spell, and then you apply cost reduces, and then you look at the amount of mana you have to pay. And if it's less than 3 mana in total, you'll pay 3 in total. Yeah. So if it forces you to pay at least 3 for cost reduction, alternative cost, and Phyrexian mana, but it doesn't force you to pay when you're using Convoke, Improvise, Delve, or Crick, as those are alternative mana payments. So that's not changing the cost at that point. That's paying the mana in a different way. So I'm just going to check chat for a second. Was Death Shadow also the same? I think Death Shadow is a similar concept. Yes, yeah. To the state-based actions. That's another one that if you're changing your life total in response, or at the same time as doing damage to a Death Shadow, then it will it might survive at that point. So Iberian Right says, I'm going out. I won't be around for the rest of the stream. Have fun with the lower layers. I will try. It's going to be deep. Fun. Banding. So creatures with banding. Any creature with banding and up to one without can attack in a band. Bands are blocked as a group, and if creatures with banding, any creatures with banding you control are blocking or being blocked by a creature, you, the attacker, get to divide that creature's combat damage, not its controller, amongst any of the creatures being blocked by or is blocking. So it's basically a different way of making combat maths work. Thankfully, because it got to the point where it was just way too confusing to understand how banding works. It became a meme, essentially, of like, banding is really hard. How does banding work? And so, yeah, in the end, the banding's gone away. Nobody cares about banding. If you play cards with banding, banding is bad. So yeah, it shouldn't come up. But if it does, this is the explanation. Essentially you get to you get the choices of things rather than the opponent, rather than the defending player. Is blocking with banding the same thing? Pass. I don't know off the top of my head. Sorry. I don't know. And given I'm on slide 105, we're not even halfway through yet. I'm going to try and make more progress than I can. I don't mind streaming as long as it's going to take, but I feel my voice going already, and this could be a problem. Layer 8 is an unofficial term for the continuous effects that still follow timestamp rules, but they don't get included in other layers rules because they don't affect objects. So True Believers 1, that says you have Shroud. Spellbook says you have no maximum hand size. So yeah, that's the layer 8. If anyone ever mentions those, so they do exist. It's just because they don't there's no interaction with those continuous effects. That's fine. Holly says, I have homework that maybe I should be doing. You can do homework and listen. I've heard that my voice is somewhat nice to listen to at times. I don't know. All right, out of order sequencing. Out of order sequencing is when during a tournament you take orders in an order that's improper, technically improper, but the final result is fine. So actually, we kind of just let it slide. So the most common one that you see is when you play a spell and you put it in the graveyard before you then resolve its effects. So as long as everything works out in the end and you're not changing the outcome, it's fine to sequence things in a slightly different way. That's as much as I wanted to say on that. Yeah, just out of order sequencing is more of a tournament thing than a Magic rules thing. It's not actually mentioned in the comprehensive rules. Zur, bypassing hexproof. So this is, if you've not played Zur or you've never put an aura onto the battlefield without having cast it, you might not notice it. You might not know this, but so auras only target when they're cast. So if you put them into play through another way, forcing them to find a proper object, they force themselves to find a proper object to attach themselves to in a process that doesn't target. So yeah, Zur basically does this for enchantments with converted mana cost less than 3 or less. So you can put them onto hexproof creatures, you can put them onto shroud creatures, you can put them onto players with hexproof or shroud. It's complete nuts. Protection is one of those ones where you can put them onto, I think you can put them onto a permanent with protection, but then they'll fall off when state-based actions are checked. So that's one thing you can't do. But yeah, in terms of like hexproof and shroud, just gets around them. I can't imagine, given the amount of time they've spent on like other rules, I would imagine that that's one that's gonna go away at some point in the future. But for now, yeah, putting an aura onto the battlefield by any other method that's not casting doesn't target. So that's fun. Oh yes, drop of honey. Oh good. Banisher Priest. If Banisher Priest is the only creature on the field with an active drop of honey. So drop of honey says at the beginning of your upkeep, destroy the creature with the least power. It can't be regenerated, and if if 2 or more creatures are tied for the least power, you choose one of them. So when there are no creatures on the battlefield, sacrifice drop of honey. That's the important bit. So when there are no creatures on the battlefield, sacrifice drop of honey. So if Banisher Priest is the only creature on the battlefield with an active drop of honey, the Banisher Priest dying will cause the drop of honey to destroy itself. Even if the Banisher Priest has exiled something, and there is a creature... So even when state-based actions are going for, oh look, there is a Banisher Priest on the battlefield, somebody gets priority. Oh look, there's another creature on the battlefield that was under the Banisher Priest. That's fine for state-based action. It's like, okay, no, not a problem. But for drop of honey, we'll notice that point in the middle of that where the Banisher Priest has died and there is no other creature on the battlefield, and that's enough to make that trigger. That's just one of those weird ones. I think one of the wordings for the old cards is one of these ones which intuitively is like, what? Okay, makes no sense to me. But because it's not, I think the general class of these will come onto later. But it is one of the nuttier things. Is you think, oh, state-based action, they're like, that there are defined points in time at which I can check whether things happen, right? And then there are these other triggers where it's just like, in the middle of an ability resolving, this thing can trigger. It's just like, yeah, okay, what? But yeah, we'll come on to those later. Planeswalkers versus Doubling Season. It seems weird to have this one so low. I think this is one that people tend to see quite a lot. It just seems like it's fairly straightforward. But Doubling Season. Doubling Season only doubles counters from effects and not from costs. So a Planeswalker entering the battlefield will have its counters doubled. So if it enters the battlefield with 4, would enter with 4 on, Doubling Season will double that to 8. But activating a loyalty ability is a cost and not an effect. So when you put the counters on for the cost, it will not double the number of counters on the Planeswalker, or rather not double the number of counters you put on for the loyalty ability. So it's one of those ones where people, look at Doubling Season and go, oh my god, that's so broken. I mean, and it is broken, but it's only broken at the point at which you play it. not at the point at which you start putting extra counters on. But like I say, I think people will have seen this one before. So, fun one. Banishing Light versus Commanders. This doesn't work anymore since M21. But before then, Commanders going to the... If a commander died or a commander was exiled, putting it in the command zone was a replacement effect. So if you use Banishing Light on a commander, you had the effect become, when it enters the battlefield, put target non-land permanent and opponent controls in the command zone until Banishing Light leaves the battlefield. And because it wasn't referring to the object in exile, it wasn't referring to the object in exile, and since it's in a public zone, it's still in a public zone, the Banishing Light was able to keep track of where the commander had gone. And if it left the battlefield without the commander being cast out of the command zone, you can return it from the command zone back to the battlefield. Now, they've changed that. Now they've actually got a state-based action just for commanders, which does change things slightly, because the state-based action will put it into the if you exile it as part of the Banishing Light, there's essentially it changes zones at that point. It doesn't work anymore, but that's since M21. But it's a fun one, yeah. Right, next up is Goblin Rabblemaster and Changing Phases. So there's an exception. It's basically an exception in another common shortcut. So normally if you're saying go to combat and somebody wants to play an instant at that point, you assume that person is acting at the beginning of combat. And that's fair. That's just something you assume. However, if you have a trigger that says, or if you have a trigger that's going to affect whether a beginning of combat ability is going to trigger, then you need to do that in the main phase. So if somebody says in response to go to combat, you lightning bolt Rabblemaster, the assumption at that point is that the active player is actually still in the main phase to not hit the beginning of combat trigger. And so at that point, the active player can still do things that they would normally do in their main phase, like play more creatures or play sorceries. So it's just a bit of a weird one. I think it's more likely to be hit in Paper Magic than Arena, for example. But yeah, just another common shortcut that's slightly weird. This is a fun one. I honestly didn't know this one until I looked it up. So if you have the spell Hallow, prevent all damage target spell would deal this turn. You gain life equal to the damage prevented this way. Prevention effects that apply to damage from a permanent spell on the stack continue to apply to damage from the permanent that spell becomes. So, if you cast Hallow targeting a creature on the stack, that creature enters the battlefield and has an enter the battlefield ability that deals damage to something, that damage is prevented. Which is bizarre. Absolutely bizarre. I love it. Bizarre. If it attacked, if it's got haste, for example, that damage is prevented and you gain the life equal to that way. It's just mind-bending. I love it. I kind of feel sad about doing this now, because I would love to make a video about this. this feels great. It feels like this needs to be a short. No, there you go. I've spoiled it now. You get to see this one. Hallow targeting a creature spell. There's that weirdness. And now we're on to layer 7. Layer 7 where all the fun stuff starts. We are on slide 113, so we're about halfway through-ish. So I'm going to try carrying on at the same pace. We're not doing too badly, but I'm going to be going till 11 o'clock at this point. You can still make that video. I might make that video. We'll see. This one's going to be editing up. So, all right. So flickering Leonin Arbiter. So similar to the other one that we saw about flickering Azusa, for example, flickering Leonin Arbiter is slightly different. So Leonin Arbiter has a static ability that you can ignore by paying mana as a special action. So we learned about special actions earlier. If you pay for that and then you flicker Leonin Arbiter, that's a new instance of the ability, and you have to pay for it again. So you'll see this in modern. This is a modern trick that people do all the time. Flicker Wisping and Leonin Arbiter to force your opponent to pay stupid amounts of mana to be able to search their things. Somebody says, is Hedron Alignment Commander on the Iceberg? It is not. I don't know if Hedron Alignment in Commander is possible. If it is, I would love to see, because I might make a video about that. Send a link. My email address is maxmakesmagic@gmail.com. Or tweet me on Twitter. There we go. I mean, while we're at layer 7, actually, while we're at layer 7, yeah, I'm just going to take this point. If you're not subbed, sub to the channel, please. That would be great. If if you would like to become channel members and support me, I would appreciate it. But obviously, financial stuff kind of crappy at the moment. So please feel free not to do that. I'm absolutely happy not to take your money. But if you want to send it to me, you can do that. There is also there is I sent a link out the other day. If you want to support me in other ways, that I've made a page on a website. Go and check that out. All right. I'll move on from self-promotion back onto Leonin Arbiter and Raynar's errata. Oh, the fun of Raynar. So the original text of Raynar was, whenever you exile one or more cards from your hand and or permanents from the battlefield, create a 1/1 white spirit creature token with flying. Yep. So with the original text, you control Raynar and rest in peace, and your opponent casts Doomblade, targeting a creature controlled by a third player. Does Raynar trigger? So this is like your player A, player B Doomblade something that player C owns. Do you get a permanent? And the answer is yes, because the replacement effect for Doomblade destroying a creature says Doomblade is actually resting in peace is putting it into exile, and because you control that permanent, you get the 1/1 spirit creature token with flying. Great. No, bad. So they errated that very quickly to say, whenever a spell or ability you control exiles one or more cards from your hand and or permanents from the battlefield, create a 1/1 white spirit creature token with flying. That makes sense, right? Whenever a spell or ability you control exiles one or more cards from your hand. Yeah, sounds good. Raynar is the Foretell commander, and Foretell is not a spell or ability. Foretell is a special action, one of the 10 special actions we learned about earlier. And so with Errata set 1, Raynar does not actually trigger whenever somebody foretells a spell. Now that seems bad. And so they had to sort of change the current text, the current Oracle text, to something that's a little bit better, which says, whenever one or more cards are put into exile from your hand, or a spell or ability you control exiles one or more permanents from the battlefield, create a 1/1 spirit white creature spirit token with fly. So yeah, that it's they finally got to something which does work with the original intent, but it took a while to get there. So that was fun. Yeah, they finally managed to make it work with special actions. So yeah, Raynar, good one, or Rana. Probably I'm going to say Raynar. I think that makes more sense. Okay, yeah, the steps of casting a spell. It's not so much of a weird one. It's more of a just it's nice to go through, and I mean it is a little bit complicated because generally people will just cast spells and just be like, oh, yeah, we'll put it on the stack, it'll be fine. There is actually a set of things you need to do, okay, and there's a set order in which these things happen. So the steps of casting a spell, I've written down here. So 2A, 601.2A is propose a spell. I want to cast this spell. 2B, it says, hey, we've got modal choices. Are you going to splice anything onto it? Are we going to cast it for an alternative or an additional cost? I'm going to cast this for a variable cost. There's an X in there. What is my X going to be? If my X is related to something, like, do I have to make a choice about my X? Then you've got, like, if X is also related to, like, targets, for example, then you have to make choices at that point. And you have to declare whether you're paying what type of the hybrid costs you're paying for hybrid, or if you're paying life or mana for Phyrexian mana costs. 601.2C says choose your targets at this point. So that's where you say target creature X, target something else. 601.2D is dividing things. So if you have to divide damage between a number of targets, that's when you pick this. 601.2E is where you check whether the casting the spell is actually legal at this point. So you can do all this stuff, and then you actually get to the point of working out, oh, can I legally actually cast this spell? Work out that you can't. Kind of sucks. 601.2F, determine the cost. So you at this point you say, how much is this spell going to cost me? And that cost is then locked in at that point. 601.2G, you activate any mana abilities. If you have mana costs to pay, you have a window at this point to activate mana abilities. If you don't have any mana costs to pay at that point, you cannot activate mana abilities at that point. 601.2H, you pay the costs of the spell. And then 601.2I, modifiers happen. Then anything that triggers on spells being cast get triggered. And then the spell is cast. So yeah, like 10 or so steps there of how to actually cast a spell, all done in a very sensible order. Yeah, it's but knowing at which point each one is actually going to happen is a useful thing to have. Daniel says, just dropping by to say I love your content and we'll watch this when it's off premiere. Awesome, thank you, Daniel. Once I've edited this up, because I think a 4-hour video is going to be ambitious for people to watch, so I'm probably going to cut it up into a bunch of different layers, but we'll see. All right, Horn of Greed versus Lotus Veil. So Horn of Greed triggers off playing lands, not off lands entering the battlefield. So Horn of Greed says whenever a player plays a land, that player draws a card. So if you play Lotus Veil, so Lotus Veil is a land that has a replacement, has an effect when it enters the battlefield, and it says if this would enter the battlefield, you have to sacrifice some lands. And if you do, it enters the battlefield, and if you don't, it goes into your graveyard. So if you do it and you don't pay for the replacement, it will go straight from the stack essentially into the graveyard. But you still get the card from Horn of Greed, so that's good. Victor says, I'd say drink some water and stretch. I do need a stretch. Oh, there we go. That's fine. Does Leah work with adventure? I will actually be covering Leah and adventure I don't know when, but certainly soon. Certainly soon. It's coming up. It will be here soon. I'll continue this another day. Otherwise, you're going to hurt your voice. This is fine. I don't mind. My voice isn't too bad. Is it too bad? It doesn't feel too bad, does it? It doesn't trigger landfall. No, because it's entering the it's not entering the battlefield at that point. But it does count as having played a land. So okay, Sphinx of the Second Sun. I'll codify this by saying that the sections here were written by Siberian Rabbit for me on my Discord. So this text is entirely from them, and they have also there's also later sections on where it's entirely in italics, and that's all from them as well. So I haven't written this bit, but I will explain it. I'll try and explain it. So yeah, if you manage somehow to have a Sphinx of the Second Sun on your first turn, you it says you will not skip the extra draw step. So in your post combat main phase additional beginning step, you do not skip that draw step. But if you have Sphinx while you savor the moment, you will skip the extra untap step, despite the fact that the wording there is identical, which is just I think it's never going to happen. Sphinx of the Second Sun being there on turn one is unlikely. Possible, very possible with things like Khan, but unlikely. Yeah, and there's a point here about forecast kind of breaking with the type of extra upkeep. So forecast is a mechanic from original Ravnica block. So you can reveal a card from your hand, but you can only do it like once every upkeep. So can you use it again? You should be able to, but there's no like explicit rulings coming out and saying yes, this is a thing you can do. So yeah, we're going to start getting into the rulings here, where here be dragons. Certainly down in these lower layers, there's more and more here be dragons as we go, and they're glorious. So speaking of glorious, bands with others, bands with other X, and bands with other quality. Any quality creatures can attack in a band as long as at least one has bands with other quality. So it's slightly different to banding, in that banding is everything but one had to have banding, whereas bands with others is as long as at least one has bands with other. So I think it is slightly better than banding. Like if you have bands with other beasts, for example, and you have one thing with bands with other beasts and then a bunch of other beasts, then they all band together essentially. But yeah, it's a slightly different way of doing the same thing, and having two variants of banding is too many anyway. So yeah, it's fun times. Typeless creatures, fun one here. So yeah, some creatures natively don't have any creature subtypes, in fact. So nameless race, this is not Prince Zuko, this is the nameless race. They are a creature. They're just a creature. And also the fun ones from Kamigawa block that people have been noticing on Twitter and such, the 6 Goshintai creatures. Shrine is not a creature subtype, that is an enchantment subtype. And so the Goshintai creatures are legendary enchantment creature shrine. So they don't have a creature subtype. They're just they just have these shrines. So yeah, bit of a weird one there, but it's perfectly fine. You don't have to have a subtype if you're a creature. It's just, a bit of flavor. Reign of Gore. I have a video about this from a very long time ago, but Reign of Gore is one of those fun cards from Dissension block, which used to work and now doesn't work as well. So Reign of Gore says if a spell or ability would cause its controller to gain life, that player loses that much life instead. It doesn't trigger from lifelink. So lifelink is not. Sorry, it doesn't trigger from lifelink from combat damage. Combat damage is not a spell or an ability. So if you attack into somebody with a creature with lifelink and gain life, that is not going to do anything with Reign of Gore. However, if your creature with lifelink is fighting another creature, it will trigger Reign of Gore, because that is coming from a spell or an ability and you're gaining life out of that. So yeah, fun. Just weird edge cases and weird cards. The reason it used to work, go and check the original video out. It's fine. It's I can't remember what I called it, but it was like literally one of the first weird things in Magic the Gathering. Detrimental triggers. So detrimental triggers, usually when you miss a trigger in the IPG, there's no penalty, but if there are detrimental triggers, where it's triggers that are usually considered detrimental for the controlling player, and they own a card responsible for the existence of the trigger, that penalty is a warning. So there is actually a lot of nuance about when a trigger is considered detrimental or not, and I believe there is even like a lookup website for that judges can look up to say, yes, this trigger is generally considered detrimental. And I don't even think it's conditional. I think if a trigger is like, oh, you lose 2 life, that's always detrimental, rather than like, oh yeah, if you lose 2 life, then you're going to win the game. It's no longer considered detrimental, for example, or something like that. So yeah, there's interesting ones. So cool. Layer 0, very quick one. This very unofficial term for the printed characteristics of a card, or the characteristics that tokens are created with. It's just, the base level of what that thing is. Putting non-commanders in the command zone. We're starting to get into videos that I've made, which is great. So I made a video about this. Leadership Vacuum and Vadrock means that you can put whatever card you want into the command zone. If you mutate onto a permanent, onto a creature with Vadrock, and then return it to the command zone using Leadership Vacuum, that mutated permanent is put into the command zone, where it splits out into Vadrock, which can be cast as it is your commander, and into the other thing where it is not. And to a lesser degree, Brizella, which is the old style that you would have seen, Brizella dying and being put into the command zone would leave the non-commander half being unable to return. So I believe I even saw a very long time ago Commander Clash, MTG Goldfish. If you had... Timon says that of Brizella is wrong. Is that true? I'm pretty sure when I saw it in the past, if you have a melded permanent that if a melded permanent is put into exile and it splits apart in exile, you can only cast the commander half from the command zone. There's nothing that permits you to be casting the non-commander half from the command zone to get it back out. If I'm wrong, please let me know. It says only the commander part that's put into the command zone rather than both. Oh, okay. Maybe they've changed the ruling on that then. If they have, I will update this later. But definitely to the Vadrock and Leadership Vacuum. That's definitely true. Next one up, Maze of Ith in End of Combat. Yes, so creatures only stop being considered attacking creatures when the end of combat step ends. So there is an end of combat step that happens after combat damage is done, at which point you can activate abilities again. So yeah, Maze of Ith, you can use Maze of Ith to untap target attacking creature in the end of combat step. It will be untapped, and the damage it will already have dealt won't be undone. So essentially, if you want to use Maze of Ith, you can give it pseudo vigilance. Yeah, kind of just good. Last known information. So LKI, last known information. So information about an object that's no longer in the zone it's expected to be in, or information about a player who's no longer in the game. The information captures that object's last existence in that zone, or that player's last existence in the game. There's a bunch of rules about this, but like the canonical example here is probably, so if you had a Prodigal Pyromancer and you gave it Death Touch and then tapped it to deal 1 damage to a creature, then that Pyromancer was destroyed in response. That 1 point of damage still has Death Touch, because when you look back in time, the source had Death Touch, and that's the last known information. Actually, we use that a lot in Magic, more than you might expect. When like the source of something has gone away, we have to look back in time. So. A good fun one: when X attacks versus and isn't blocked. So this is an interesting one that people will see. For example, if you have Kalia of the Vast. So when X attacks, basically triggers in the declare attackers step, and when X attacks and isn't blocked, triggers in declare blockers. So the fun example we have here is if you attack with Kalia of the Vast. Kalia of the Vast says whenever it attacks, you may put a I think demon, angel, or dragon. I'm going to say one of the other two onto the battlefield, tapped and attacking. And so yeah, the ability triggers in Declare Attackers. You can put a Master of Cruelties, which is a demon, onto the battlefield, attacking, tapped and attacking. Yeah, if you don't block that Master of Cruelties, whenever it attacks a player and it isn't blocked, that ability triggers in Declare Blockers, and then the defending player's life total becomes 1. That's pretty bad. So yeah, you can do the old good one shot, getting Master of Cruelties, essentially off the Calorie of the Vast ability. So yeah, just something to be to keep in mind when you're looking at abilities is the difference between the two, because obviously they trigger at different times. So mono, poly, and continuous artifacts. Yes, good. So in the old days, they dropped the idea of legends, so you can tell it wasn't a very good one. But in the short, there were 4 types of artifacts. Artifacts with an activated ability that you tapped to use, so that's mono artifacts. Artifacts with an activated ability you didn't tap to use, poly artifacts. Artifacts without an activated ability but with static abilities, which were continuous, and artifact creatures. And apparently the way they worked wasn't something you could just divine from text boxes, but you could only do it from the type line. So for example, the original Moxen literally just say add 1 mana almost apropos of nothing. So yeah, it's one of these really weird ones where you have to look at the type line rather than the text box explaining how it works. Obviously nowadays it's a lot better templated. You don't have to look at types, subtypes to work out what the hell is going on. So that's better than the old days. Characteristic defining abilities work everywhere. So keeping up from Grist earlier, not only do characteristic defining abilities work in any zone, so a Goblin Matron can get a Changeling, they also work outside of the game, so a Living Wish can get a Grist, and they can work before the game starts, so Changeling can be included in a Kahira deck. So yeah, it's essentially characteristic defining abilities are, they have to define these things at all times. So yeah. Pretty good one. Oh, expansion hoses. So we've already mentioned expansion hoses back in one of the early layers about set symbols. So there are 3 black bordered expansion hoses, each with their own subsection in the comprehensive rules. So we have 206.3a, 3b, and 3c. Golgothian Silex hoses the Antiquities expansion. City in a Bottle hoses Arabian Nights, and Apocalypse Chime hoses the Homelands expansion, as if Homelands needed the help or the hate, I guess. But yeah, you can essentially prevent and destroy a whole bunch of very old cards from being played or existing on the battlefield. They decided this was a terrible idea. The comprehensive rules for these are literally have to name every single card that they affect. So yeah, it's one they don't do anymore. So yeah, costs getting locked in. I mentioned this during the steps of casting a spell. So if you have 3 mana, a Goblin Warchief, a Skirk Prospector, and you want to cast Muxus, Muxus costs 4 red. Can you cast it? So yes, the answer is yes. So when you go to cast Muxus, you determine the total cost of a spell. Due to the Goblin Warchief, it costs 1 less. That's 4 red minus 1 is 3 red. The cost is then locked in. So then you activate mana abilities. You sacrifice the Warchief to the Skirk Prospector. Skirk Prospector says sacrifice a Goblin, add red. So you sacrifice the Warchief and you sacrifice the Prospector. You then have 3 red mana and 2 red. And the cost reduction no longer applies at the point of activating the mana abilities, but it doesn't matter because that cost is already locked in. So you can do it if you don't necessarily have enough afterwards. I mean, if you sacrifice it before that point, you wouldn't be able to do it. It's like if you did it before you wanted to cast Muxus, you'd end up with 3 red and it would still cost 4 red. But because you're doing it at this point in time and you've locked the cost in, It's all good. Countering Demigod of Revenge. Here's a fun one. This was, I think, rated in the top 5 of the worst triggered abilities in Magic the Gathering by some Magic judge, I think. Yeah, Demigod of Revenge. You have to be extremely clear about when you counter the spell if you want to counter Demigod of Revenge. If you do not counter Demigod of Revenge after the cast trigger has resolved, so you get Demigod that is countered and goes to the graveyard. The cast trigger from Demigod of Revenge resolves and says, return all cards named Demigod of Revenge from your graveyard to the battlefield, and it returns the counter Demigod of Revenge to the battlefield. So what you have to do is wait until that cast trigger has resolved, because it goes on the stack after the original spell. After that point, you then have to counter the Demigod of Revenge. So yeah, it's a really weird, complex one. And if you just naively do things in response, if I just counter this in response, it is not going to end up how you expect. So fun times. Targeting zone. So this is an orange one again. Back in the day, they didn't have the name. They didn't have the keyword exile. So you had to spell it out. It was remove a card from the game. So Circu, Dimir Lobotomist in this Ravnica block says, whenever you play a blue spell, remove the top card of target library from the game. So this targeted the zone and not the player, which is really fun, because if you have a Leyline of Sanctity that says I have hexproof, or I think it's either hexproof or shroud, I can't remember off the top of my head, but yeah, that doesn't matter. Like that's for the player. Circu will just target the library and get around that entirely. They've completely fixed this now. It received errata in Guilds of Ravnica. It now uses the exile keyword, thank God. And targeting zones is just been got rid of entirely. So you don't target libraries anymore. You target the player and they exile the top card of their library. Good. Kind of makes sense. A little bit weird considering the printed text, but yeah. State triggers. So when I was talking about Drop of Honey earlier, that is actually a state trigger. So some triggered abilities trigger when a game state, such as a player controlling no permanence of a particular card type, is true, rather than triggering when an event occurs. These abilities trigger as soon as the game state matches the condition, and they go on the stack at the next available opportunity, and they're called state triggers. They don't trigger again until that ability is resolved, has been countered, or has otherwise left the stack. So if the objective ability is in the same zone and the game state still matches the trigger condition, it's going to trigger again. So the example here is Bog Serpent and Scapeshift. So if you have if you've got some swamps and then you Scapeshift them all away to get, I don't know, even more swamps, for example, there is a point in time at which you sacrifice those lands, the swamps have gone away, but then other lands have come in. In that intervening time, the state trigger for Bog Serpent triggers, and it's then put on the stack the next time. So you have to be really careful with permanents with state triggers, because if you're not careful, it'll just be mad. Basically, you'll just lose a permanent that you weren't expecting to lose because of something you would think like, why is it not working the same as a state-based action? It's just like, So yeah, just a weird one you need to be aware of. This one's put in because it's fun. There is only one exile zone. 400.1. A zone is a place where objects can be. There are normally 7 zones: library, hand, battlefield, graveyard, stack, exile, command. Some older cards use anti-zone. Each player has their own hand, library, and graveyard, but all the other zones, including exile and command, are shared by all players. There's no there's no mechanical implications of this, but I think people assume that they have their own personal exile zone and they have their own personal command zone. They don't. They don't. Everyone shares the same zone. So you don't lose until the current phase ends. Good old pre-6th edition. Yeah, before 6th edition, you couldn't lose the game from having 0 or less life until the current phase or combat ended. So, obviously now state-based actions just go, well, check priority, you've got 0 or less life, bye, you're dead. Now, well, back in the day, you could give yourself a chance to save yourself. So if you had Mirror Universe and you went down to 0 or less life in your upkeep, you could then use Mirror Universe to exchange life totals with an opponent to give yourself a chance to get back up from 0 life to positive life. And then your opponents would die because they had 0 life unless they did something similar. So yeah, bit of a weird one. Obviously now state-based actions a lot faster. Doesn't really matter. That was layer 7. Kids, and that was 30 minutes or so. Right, layer 8. Gotta keep going. I'm going to do this in one night. I'm not doing this in 2 nights. I'm doing this in one night. Layer 8. Time for some fun. Oh yes, requirements and restrictions to attack. So there was a cranial insertion post, which is probably a good example of talking about requirements and restrictions. So my opponent attacks me with Gorm the Great and Okran Assassin. I control 3 creatures, and all 3 creatures are able to block either one of the attackers. What declaration of blockers are legal? So the answer is you can either have 2 blockers blocking Gorm and 1 blocker blocking Okran Assassin, 1 blocker blocking Gorm, 2 blockers blocking Okran Assassin, or all 3 blockers blocking Okran Assassin. So requirements and restrictions. Gorm and Okran Assassin create blocking requirements. You have to fulfill as many requirements as you can without disobeying any restrictions. There are no restrictions except for the implicit restriction that your blockers can't block more than 1 attacker. So Gorm creates 2 requirements. So the 2 requirements are Gorm must be blocked if able, and Gorm must be blocked by 2 or more creatures if able. And Okran Assassin creates 1 requirement per blocker. All creatures able to block Okran Assassin do so. So each of those 3 individual creatures has a requirement to attack Okran Assassin. So all 3 blockers blocking Okran Assassin fulfills 3 requirements. That's 3 out of 5. That's as many as we can do. So that's legal. If you move 1 of those to Gorm the Great, you're fulfilling 1 of Gorm's and 2 of Okran Assassin's. So that's still 3. So that's still okay. Moving 2 to Gorm the Great fulfills 2 of Gorm the Great's second requirements and 1 of Okran Assassin. So that's still 3 requirements. But if you put all 3 on Gorm the Great, you're only fulfilling 2 requirements, and that is not as many as 3. So that's not a legal thing. So you can't block Gorm the Great with 3. So yeah, you can basically, as long as you're maximizing the number of fulfilled requirements without disobeying any restrictions, that is the best set you can do. If you want to see more about this, there are papers on how, I think this problem is NP complete or something like that. People have gone into Magic Arena and confused I think, is it called Sparky? They've confused Sparky into trying to solve a problem where it's like, here are some creatures, you must go and find a valid set of requirements and restrictions. Or MP hard, there we go, thank you. Yeah, there's an MP hard problem where it's like you must fulfill a certain number of requirements and restrictions, and watching Sparky try to fulfill those to declare a valid set of attacks. That's quite a good, and I think there's a maths paper on it as well. So fun. And also humans have to do that as well. So if you manage to do that to a human, that'll be fun. Yeah. Next one up, world rule. Yeah, lovely new concordant crossroads is going to cause a whole bunch of fun by people not knowing about world enchantments. If 2 or more permanents have the super type world, all except the one that has the world super type for the shortest amount of time are put into their owner's graveyard. In the event of a tie for the shortest amount of time, all are put into their owner's graveyard. And this is called the world rule. So you can only have one world enchantment. So that includes different types of world enchantment as well, reading that. So yeah, so concordant crossroads. Yeah, I really like the new art as well. I mean, yeah, the old art was fine, but it's nice to get some new art as well. It would be interesting to see how this plays, but I'm sure people will be excited to see this in coming Commander games once these secret layers are out. Do they have an enter the battlefield that says destroy all of the world channels? They don't have. No, it's not. It's not a trick. It is just a. I think it's a state-based action. I can't remember if I said it during the state-based action section, but I'm pretty sure it's a state-based action. Yeah, timing maze. This is what you used to have to do when casting a spell. Back in the old days, this is how you worked out whether you could cast a spell or not. I do not know enough about this to talk about it at any length of time. But if your game is complicated enough that you have to go through a literal maze of flowcharting to work out if you can cast a spell, that system is bad. So if you want to know more about this, go and Google timing maze. But for now, accept that this is awful, and we'll move on to something less bad. It is an absolute nightmare. This was in I think the Duel List, so you can go and see the original thing. The pre-6th edition rules were an absolute nightmare as far as I can tell. So yeah. Okay, here's a modern, but back to the future. Ragavan, or well, more accurately, Dash versus Dress Down. So if you have Dress Down and Ragavan, Ragavan doesn't have haste from the Dash. So there is a dependency here, basically. There in layer 6, if you have Dress Down and Ragavan out at the same time, if you apply Dress Down first, then it means that Ragavan will lose all of its abilities. So it's going to always be applied that way, regardless of which one entered the battlefield first. So even if Ragavan enters the battlefield after Dress Down, it still will lose its ability. It's not going to gain Dash just because it was played afterwards. So yeah, that's an interesting one with like dependency. I think we do actually come into dependencies a little bit later, but that's one that is modern relevant. Batches and series. I do not know enough about this to talk about it in any detail, but batches and series were really old ways of dealing with things. I couldn't actually find a definition of series. I think reading the rules at the time, it's similar to our priority system, in that it basically gave you windows in which to do things. But batches were kind of weird. Yeah, so here we go. It's a series of non-interrupt fast effects that build on one another as players respond to each other's spells. They resolve by first in, last out for all effects. Damage isn't done until the end of the batch. So yeah, it's just the old rules were a nightmare for stuff like this. It's just like, oh yeah, and at the point of dealing damage, now the window that you can actually save things open. It's yeah, it's old rules and it's a nightmare to talk about. So we'll move on to Morphs and Mystic Forge. So yeah, in general, if to determine whether permission applies to a spell you're trying to cast, you always look at what the spell's going to look like when it's on the stack. So the ruling on Mystic Forge here, even though the top of your library might not actually be a colorless non-land card, if it's a card with Morph, you can cast it face down from the top of your library, even if it's not normally colorless. So there's a ruling on this on the card for Mystic Forge itself. So yeah, if the top of your library is a colored card with Morph, you can cast it with Mystic Forge as a face down cast. Pretty neat. So yeah, very good card for those Morph decks. On to the fun one, timing of taking off your pants. Good old silver bordered cards. Yeah. So Mark Rosewater, can I remove my pants? This was the most popular question asked at the Unglued pre-release. The answer is yes, you may, but only if the attire under your jeans meets so they have to be denim jeans specifically, meets the decency requirements of the setting of the game occurs in. So for example, if it's inappropriate to sit in your briefs in the game store, then you cannot remove your pants. And how fast can you remove your pants? Removing clothing is faster than mana source speed. Did you think this QAS would get this weird? Yes, I did. Good old uncards. So yeah, it's faster than mana, which mana abilities are pretty fast. So yeah. Here's a good one. Mutating Phage. Confirmed by the, I believe, current rules advisor, rule manager sort of thing. If Phage enters the battlefield without being cast from hand, the first ability of Phage would trigger. So if it enters the battlefield, if you didn't cast it from your hand, you lose the game. If you mutate Sea Dasher Octopus onto her in response to the lose the game ability, that ability resolves, the mutate stack contains an element that was cast from hand. And so the ability looks at it and goes, you cast it from your hand. You do not lose the game. So you can save Phage. I mean, it's not very useful for commander games, but there are mono black things and there are ways of giving things flash. So I assume if there is a way of flash mutating a black mutate creature onto Phage, that is a way of having Phage as a commander. So if you manage to do that in commander, let me know, and I'll send you something special. That'll be neat. So yeah, that's a fun one. Yeah, mutate, just a source of absolute joy for rules, I think. Four Horsemen. This one, I'm not going to go into huge details about it, but Four Horsemen was a deck played to try and win through basically pinging. So Basalt Monolith and Mesmeric Orb allows you to mill arbitrary numbers of cards from your deck. So Basalt Monolith taps for 3, and then you can pay 3 to untap it. Mesmeric Orb says whenever your permanent you control is tapped, you put a card from you mill a card. That allows you to mill Narcomoeba and Dread Return, which allows you to return a creature from the graveyard to the battlefield, which allows you to return Shroom, the Hegemon, and Blasting, which then returns Blasting Station from your graveyard to the battlefield. At which point, then you have Emrakul come into play. You mill Emrakul, and you shuffle your graveyard into your library. This is non-deterministic, so there is no guarantee that you will ever be able to do this combination. It's illegal in it's basically you'll get done for slow play in paper. You could try and do it on Magic Online. Unlikely that there's going to be a way for you to track, but doing anything on Magic Online in the timer's probably going to be the one that kills you anyway. Yeah, so Emrakul is the piece that makes it work. Emrakul is also the piece that breaks it. And if it was like stacking it in a deterministic way, it might be better. But because of the randomness, I think it's the bit that causes the problem. But yeah, it's the exciting one. Yeah, so the win condition for this is you get Blasting Station onto the battlefield. You shuffle everything into your deck. You then mill the Narcomoebas. Then you sacrifice the Narcomoebas to the Blasting Station. And then you mill the Imrakul again. So there's no guarantee that you're going to mill Narcomoebas before you mill Emrakuls. And so there's no guarantee, and there's no guarantee you even get the combo off in the first place. There's no guarantee that you manage to mill the 3 Narcomoebas and the Dread Return and the Sharoom and the Blasting Station before you hit the Emrakul. So yeah, there's that's the excitement that you get. So yeah, 4 Horsemen. It's a good theoretical deck. It doesn't work very well in practice. Yay, damage prevention window. Okay, good. So nonsense. More nonsense from the old days. So at the end of a batch, we mentioned batches just recently. We still have a bunch of damage to assign. So at the end of a batch, you have the damage prevention step. So it's the only time in the old days when players are allowed to cast spells or abilities that specifically prevent damage, like Circle of Protection Red or Healing Salve. Much like Regeneration, at no other point in time could those abilities at the time be activated or spells cast. And if the damage is not prevented and is sufficient to destroy a creature at the time, there is an opportunity to use regeneration spells or abilities, like if the creature was being killed by a Cinder Cloud. So again, just a different time for working out. Obviously at the time they had a bunch of spells, a bunch of cards that hadn't really gone through a rigorous design process, and they're trying to make them all work together. And this was the best they had at the time. Is it somewhere in the time? Almost certainly there is somewhere in the timing maze, which is the damage prevention window. Almost certainly. Yay, Devotion Secret Lair. Not Secret Lair. It's the Secret Lair. There is no Devotion Secret Lair, although there probably will be at some point. Yeah, so Devotion is calculated somewhere in between layers 3 and layers 4. So yeah, the Altar of the Pantheon is a weird card. A player's devotion to each color and combination of colors, taking into account any effects that modify devotion, is calculated after copy control and text change effects, but before any other effects that modify characteristics. It only affects Altar of the Pantheon. The reason it needs to be this is devotion needs to be determined after layer 1 in order for something that copies the altar to work correctly. It needs to be determined before layer 4 in order for altar to work with the gods. And it needs to be determined after layer 6 in order for altar to lose all abilities. So if something made it lose all abilities, it would have to be after there as well. So you can't have all of those be true. Not all of those things are, there are 3 requirements there, and the one that loses there is loses all abilities. So if you have an Altar of the Pantheon that loses all of its abilities, it still contributes to its devotion. Yes. These are the weirdnesses of Magic the Gathering, and especially cards such commons. They put this effect on a common. Like, come on, seriously, what are you doing? But it templates so cleanly that unfortunately, when you actually come to what does that mean, that the rules, sometimes take a backseat to clean templating. And that it's just a hand wavy make it work sort of thing. So yeah, Devotion Secret Lair is a good one. Typeless Permanence. This was my first ever short video on the channel. You can have Typeless Permanence in 2 separate different ways. Neurok Transmuter and March of the Machines and a non-creature artifact allows you to create a permanent that is a blue. It's just a blue. It is not an artifact. It's not a creature. It's not anything. It's just blue. Another thing you can do is with mutate from Ikoria, you can mutate on top of a god. And if you somehow go under the devotion count at that point, then if the mutator is on top of the god, it is no longer a creature. And because mutate creatures on top, they're only just creatures, it's no longer a creature. It's no longer anything. It is just a typeless permanent. So yeah, you can end up with typeless permanents in two different ways. If you haven't checked that out, that was one of my very first shorts. So go see that. Control player effects override one another, which is kind of an interesting one. I didn't honestly know that it worked like this, but it's in the rules. So if you have multiple player controlling effects affecting the same player, they overwrite each other. So if somebody uses a Mindslaver on player C and then another player uses Mindslaver on player C, player B goes away in that time. They lose the game. When player C's turn starts, they're not controlled by player A. That effect has just gone because player B overwrote it, and then player B doesn't exist anymore. So yeah, bit of a weird one, but I think conceptually you're thinking, well, there's multiple effects, right? And generally multiple effects, timestamps win, and the latest timestamp one would just win. No, it just overwrites it. Don't know why. Player A is sad. Yes, I think that makes a lot of sense. Animate dead versus clone. Oh god, yeah. So back in the day, another one. Back in 1994, animate dead. Clone and doppelganger could only copy permanents created by a summon or an artifact creature spell or tokens that inherently count as creatures. Copy artifact can only copy permanents created by an artifact or an artifact creature spell, or tokens that inherently count as artifacts, and they explicitly call out to say they cannot copy an animated dead creature. So yeah, back in 1994, just didn't work at all. Rules, obviously nowadays this works. Maybe it's because back in the day it was like it animated dead creature, something like that. They had inconsistent rulings at the time, but yeah, it was exciting. But obviously it works nowadays, so yeah. Teysa Karlov versus Massacre Girl. Okay, so Teysa Karlov says if a creature dying causes a triggered ability of a permanent you control to trigger, that ability triggers an additional time. It does not double the death triggers of Massacre Girl. So Massacre Girl, whenever a creature dies this turn, each creature other than Massacre Girl gets -1/-1 until end of turn. That ability is set up by the first triggered ability of Massacre Girl. So when Massacre Girl enters the battlefield, each other creature gets a -1/-1 until end of turn. It also then sets up a delayed triggered ability which says whenever a creature dies this turn, each creature other than Massacre Girl gets -1/-1 until end of turn. It is not it's not a triggered ability of the Massacre Girl permanent. It is just a triggered ability of a triggered ability. And so it does not interact with Teysa Karlov at all. So yeah, fun times. It does not double. You will be sad. So yeah. Interrupt and mana sources. Oh, sorry. Let's go back to one. What would this affect? If Massacre Girl directly said, whenever a creature dies this turn, each creature other than Massacre Girl gets -1/-1 until end of turn, then it would work. If that was literally an ability, like if at the start of the line it said whenever a creature dies this turn, that would then trigger twice. But because it is written within the resolution of the first ability, it doesn't. So yeah, weird. Good old weirdness. Interrupts and mana sources. These are old. Again, timing is old. Interrupts were an obsolete card type. Everything that was an interrupt is now an instant. Abilities that, as Brinton said, you could play as an interrupt can now be activated like any other abilities, unless they're mana abilities. So basically just a fast way of dealing with things, but they had slightly different timing windows back in the day. Mana sources were similar. They were cards that generated mana when they resolved. So like Dark Ritual was a mana source. They're old. I don't really want to talk about them. It's just bad. Do we have the time traveling fork in here? I don't think we do. I don't know if it's on the original Iceberg. You might have to double check. Okay, Multani's Presence nerf. So back in the day, Multani's Present. Back when I say back in the day, currently a spell fizzling doesn't resolve. So previously, before Dominaria, we'd say it was going to be countered on resolution. So in the game rules, the game it would be countered due to the game rules. If a spell was failing to resolve because a target had become invalid. The only card that cares about this is Multani's Presence. The only card that cared about spells being countered. So this could trigger off spells failing to resolve because their counters, their targets are no longer valid. No longer works. So this is red. It should probably be orange as well. But yeah, it's a fun time. Lazav and flip cards. I do actually have a video on this. Lazav and flip cards. Flipped and unflipped is one of the 4 binary states that a card can have. So you can have flipped and unflipped, tapped and untapped, phased in, phased out, face up, face down. It's also the only one that is irreversible, so you cannot unflip a card. Currently, I doubt that's going to change in the future, but currently you cannot unflip a card. If Lazav copies a flip card, you flip it due to the flippability of that flip card, and then you copy another flip card. That permanent will be flipped. You'll have the flipped side of that copied second copy flip card. It's pretty neat. I mean, it's not very strong, but it's kind of a cool thing. You don't have to reflip it the second time you copy. You'll get the second time. Quicken and suspend. Pretty neat one if you haven't seen this before. So casting Quicken. Quicken says the next sorcery card you cast this turn can be cast as though it had flash. Casting Quicken allows you to suspend a card at instant speed until you cast a sorcery, but it does not use up that permission. So there is a ruling on the Quicken card itself. After it resolves, you can suspend a sorcery in your hand at any time you can cast an instant. As soon as you actually cast a sorcery, you lose this capability. So you can suspend as many things at instant speed as you want after casting Quicken until you cast a sorcery. You don't even have to cast a sorcery. You can just you can suspend anything you want as long as you have the mana for it. Which is bizarre. Kind of bizarre that it interacts that way. I don't think it operates the same way with Foretell, because Foretell doesn't care about being done at a sorcery speed. But yeah, it's a fun little interaction with the suspend special action. Phase abilities. Alongside activating and triggered abilities in the 90s, hooray for the 90s, they had phase abilities, which were like the unholy marriage of the two. So Black Vice is the example here. You had effects that were activated manually during the phase that were in as fast effects, but you couldn't leave the phase without dealing with all of them. So yeah, it's an obsolete term. They've all been errata to actually go towards triggering at like the beginning of the relevant phase. So this one, I think Black Vice now triggers at the beginning of your upkeep rather than just you choosing it. So yeah, it's the during phase abilities are weird. Basically, it's a relic of the 90s again. Portal, good old Portal. Portal sets were trying to create simplified Magic experience, so they only had lands, creatures, and sorceries. Except that's not quite true because they totally had instants. They were just printed as sorceries with special timing restrictions that said that they could be used at instant speed, or when they could be actually cast. So, Assassin's Blade, for example, you play Assassin's Blade only after you're attacked before you declare interceptors. They're all the cards with such a relevant thing are now actual instants. They've been errata to be actual instants. So yes, they had sorcery counter spells. Yeah, that sounds about right. That sounds about right. Good old Portal. Yeah, Gilded Drake. Holly McFarlane mentioned this in chat not very long ago. But yeah, Gilded Drake. Gilded Drake is a freak of nature currently. The current Oracle text is when it enters the battlefield, exchange control of Gilded Drake and up to one target creature an opponent controls. If you don't or can't make an exchange, you sacrifice Gilded Drake. This ability still resolves if the target becomes illegal. Now, that's an interesting last point, because it doesn't actually mean if the target becomes illegal, you are still allowed to exchange Gilded Drake and the thing that is illegal. That doesn't happen. You can't exchange something if the target is illegal. What it means is if the target becomes illegal, you're still going to sacrifice Gilded Drake. They've gone very, very hard out of the way to make sure that you sacrifice if the other target becomes illegal, essentially. So yeah, it's just it's one of the weirdest text wordings to make sure that you are actually if you don't do the thing it wants you to do, it will be sacrificed, essentially. So yeah, fun times. Gilded Drake, one of those really weird ones. If you have a Panormonicon and cast Gilded Drake, I don't know. I assume when it goes on the I assume it depends how many players. Yeah, I was going to say if you have multiple opponents, there's probably some weirdness that goes on with that. Oh, because you get to choose, I guess. Yeah, it will happen twice. And so if you're player A and you exchange with player B and you force the exchange with player B, and then the exchange between players B and C, you still get to choose, I think. And if you don't make the exchange, I think player B will then have to sacrifice Gilded Drake. Yeah, something like that. It's probably actually relatively straightforward with I think it's a little bit harder in 2-player games. If it's a 2-player game and Panharmonicon happens, because oh no, well no, you yeah, in a 2-player game, you'd have to target Gilded Drake. Well, it'd have to be Gilded Drake and another creature your opponent controls. So the control effect would basically be exchanging 2 creatures your opponent controls, right? I don't know if it's going to matter because the target's illegal at that point, though. It's an interesting one. I need to think about that a bit more. So yeah, maybe we'll do that on the channel. Okay, next one. Only one main phase. Apparently, before 6th edition, there was only one main phase. You can do combat during your main phase. So yeah, Carpenter Flowers. The text for Carpenter Flowers says during your main phase there was only one. It's just combat was a thing you could do. Obviously now we have sensible things where we have one main phase and then combat and then a second main phase and everything is happy. Cranking Fairy Airy and Arms Depot. So yeah, Maro's a little bit inconsistent on the concepts for contraptions and cranking. So you're allowed to crank a token producing contraption. So when you crank it, you move the sprocket counter and then you crank all the contraptions on that sprocket, I think. So you're allowed to crank Feriary, create the tokens. So yeah, the trigger resolves, create the tokens, and then you crank Arms Depot on the same sprocket, and you can target. Arms Depot says when you crank it, you can put 2 counters onto the token that you just created, which is nonsense. That's not how triggers work. But yeah, a little bit inconsistent. Apparently, there's different methods, and it's silver border, so it's whatever is fun. Victor, thank you very much for sticking around. Have a good one. I'll catch you later. And with that, we're on to layer 9. Layer 9, we are 3.5 hours in. We are storming on to layer 9, and we're just gonna go until I'm done. So yeah, good old magic. Oh, this is nonsense. Okay, cleanup step loops. Yeah, fun ones. Normally, no player receives priority during the cleanup step, but it can happen if anything triggers at that point, or if a state-based action is performed. So if that happens, there is after the cleanup step, there's an additional cleanup step, and it just keeps happening. So the example here is Gitrog Monster and Dakmor Salvage. So Dakmor Salvage is a land with dredge. If you have a full hand, if you have more than 7 cards in your hand, and you discard Dakmor Salvage in your cleanup step, that triggers Gitrog Monster, which causes you to draw a card, which means that you can dredge by milling 2 Dakmor Salvage to your hand, and then you have a cleanup step. But then you have too many cards in hand, so you have to discard, and you can discard Dakmor Salvage out of your hand, which means that you can then Gitrog Monster triggers. I mean, it is a basic Gitrog combo. You can do it at any point, but during your cleanup step is essentially the quintessential way of describing a cleanup step loop. So yeah, apparently quite a powerful combo in Gitrog Monster. Wishes and Mindslaver. So I think we mentioned this slightly higher up on the layers thing. Yeah, there's a ruling that says if you control a player, it doesn't allow you to look at their sideboard. If you have a wish that says choose a card from outside the game, you can't have a player choose any card. There is no sideboard for them to choose a card from. So if you Mindslaver somebody and force them to cast a wish, it doesn't do anything. So yeah, bit of a weird one, that one. It's to do with things like essentially there are limits to what you can actually do when you Mindslavering somebody, and the scope of what information is actually available to a player at that point, and the sideboard is just completely outside of that. So yeah, but a bit of a weird one. So if you it's not very relevant in things like Commander where there are no sideboards, but obviously there are some other formats where this might be relevant one day. So Mage of Zalfir. So Teferi, Mage of Zalfir, and Dryad Arbor. Dryad Arbor is a land creature. The text for Flash says you can play the card at instant speed. So you are allowed to play your Dryad Arbor so you're allowed to play your land at any time you have priority at instant speed, but still only during your turn. Despite the fact it has Flash, you can't play it during somebody else's turn. Because that is just a big fat no. You can never play a land during another player's turn. That one seems a little bit obvious for it seems a little bit obvious for the layer. But yeah, giving lands Flash seems like fun. So linked abilities. Oh, the bane of everybody who finds a Quicksilver Elemental or what's his name? Mir Welder. If an object acquires a pair of linked abilities as part of the same effect, they're similarly linked to one another on the object, even though they weren't printed on the object. But they can't be linked to other abilities. So the example here is Quicksilver Elemental gaining both Arc Slogger's ability, which is, I think, pace and mana, mill 10 cards. Exile 10 cards. And then Quicksilver Elemental gaining Sister of Stone Death's ability, which allows you to exile and return cards. Only the creature card that you exile and return with one ability, with like the Sister of Stone Death's ability, can be returned to the battlefield. You cannot get cards that you do exile with one ability from a different ability, and it's just it's one of those ones where you learn about it and it's like, oh, but it would be fun if it did work. But then there are very good reasons why it doesn't, because there are very convoluted and evil combos that you could put together. But yeah, it's exciting. Burning of Xinyi versus Darksteel Citadel. So, ruling. As Burning of Xinyi resolves, first you destroy 4 lands you control, and then the opponent destroys 4 lands they control. That player chooses which of their lands to destroy. So neither of you can choose to destroy a land with indestructible. So that means you can't choose to destroy your Darksteel Citadel as one of the 4 lands. Neither of you can. So the act that you perform isn't choose lands then destroy. It is destroy. Because it can't be destroyed and you can't perform impossible. This is all about impossible action. So you can't perform an impossible action. Burning of Xinyi just says no. You can't choose it. You can't destroy that land. It's an impossible thing. So yeah, there's an analogous example to if somebody says if somebody plays an edict effect, so forces you to sacrifice a creature, you can't sacrifice something that's equipped with an assault suit and then just not do it. You have to sacrifice something that you're able to do so. Graveyard order matters. Old formats are fun. So, in formats involving only cards from Urza's Saga and later, players may change the order of their graveyard at any time. So, before then, if you're playing with cards, other ones, if you're playing with cards, but mostly from like legacy formats like Legacy and Vintage, players you're able to change the order of the graveyard. You're not able to change the order of the graveyard because there are cards that care about things like the top card of the graveyard. So yeah, 404.2 says normally you can't change the order, but there are tournament sanctioned rules that say you are allowed to do so. Interesting question about like if the rule only applies during sanctioned tournaments, what about unsanctioned tournaments? But I guess it doesn't really matter. So the Ozolith's text is wrong. Good. Yeah, the Ozolith's text is wrong. It doesn't actually move counters, or rather, it doesn't put counters onto the Ozolith when a creature dies. It doesn't move them off the creature when the creature dies. It causes you to put an equal number of counters of each kind that was on that creature onto the Ozolith. So if you somehow somehow have a copy of the Ozolith that isn't legendary, then each one will receive the same number and kinds of counters that were on the battlefield, on the creature that left the battlefield. So you can basically duplicate counters. And if you have Skullbriar, for example, Skullbriar going to the graveyard or leaving the battlefield, put the counters on Skullbriar onto the Ozolith, but they're also still on Skullbriar. So there's no putting involved. It's just Skullbriar has the counters, and essentially we've got a duplication glitch, and we get multiple counters. Hooray! Skullbriar is weird enough that it shouldn't be a problem anyway. It notably breaks Magic Online, and I have tried to make videos with it in the past and failed miserably. Just because it can't handle some counter types that shouldn't exist on permanence. Only cards in exile. So yeah, that's an exciting one. Skullbriar only causes cursed interactions. That is pretty much the epitome of Skullbriar. Yes, yeah, absolutely. Yep. Sarpadian Empires Volume 7 errata. Yeah, they fixed Sarpadian Empires Volume 7. Obviously, that well-known card, Sarpadian Empires Volume 7, from Time Spiral block. Yeah, they changed it so that instead of being in italics, it is not in italics. They removed the text formatting of Sarpadian Empires. Um, don't know why. Probably for some reasons. I did hear some tell of, if it is in italics, it kind of might be construed as flavor text or reminder text, and therefore the card doesn't necessarily have a name. But yeah, it's one of the weird erratas that they've done recently, which is a nice fun one to put in. Another fun one, the +2 mace from AFR. It doesn't exist. It's not a card. It does not have any official Oracle text. So yeah, it isn't present in Gatherer. And to determine the official card text of a card, you refer to its official Oracle text. And +2 mace doesn't exist. So yeah, if your opponent plays a +2 mace in one of your games, just call a judge and ask what the current Oracle text is, and watch them implode. So have fun with that. Yeah, it's a programming thing. It just doesn't has no text. It's bizarre. It's almost certainly because they haven't bothered to work out how to unencode the plus for +2. So yeah, it doesn't actually have. I don't think it has a gatherer page. I may be wrong on that, but I don't think there's a literal link for the +2 mace in Gatherer. If you can find one, I'd be very interested. Last time I looked, there wasn't one on the official Gatherer website, so they may have fixed it since then. Leah and Adventures. Somebody was asking about Leah earlier. Leah and Adventures. So 7.163a, when casting an adventurer card as an adventure, only the alternative characteristics are evaluated to see if it can be cast. So, yeah, basically, if you have Leah, you can cast adventures from your graveyard with flashback. That you can actually give the adventures flashback, because due to 7.16.3a, you can put them onto the stack as adventures, and it goes, yeah, that's fine, that's absolutely great. And bonus, if the spell resolves as normal, there are 2 replacement effects working out where to try and put that spell. So you've got both the flashback effect, which is trying to move it to exile, and the adventure effect, which is trying to put it into exile. If you choose the flashback effect, it's going to put it into exile, but you can't then adventure. But choosing adventure means that you can cast it from exile. It's really neat because yes, it does say each instant and sorcery card in your graveyard has flashback, and in the graveyard they're not actually instants and sorceries. Yeah, but it still lets you do it, and that is really weird. And that's one of the nice things I find about these cards. Just like, this is just weird. So yeah, it's a fun one. Melira, good old Melira. Yeah, Melira and Ink Moth are like even the same set. Melira makes Ink Moth Nexus lose infect. It just says creatures your components control lose effect. However, if you have an Ink Moth, you can give it infect by activating its ability. So it can have infect. But the other effect of Melira says you can't get poison counters, and creatures you control can't have -1/-1 counters placed on them. So if you're dealt damage, or if a creature you control is dealt damage from an Inkmoth Nexus, the Inkmoth Nexus deals damage. If it's got lifelink, it'll gain that much life, but it has no effect. It will not cause you to lose life. It will not cause your creatures to take any damage. It's just, yeah, it's as if there's weird stuff happening, like Platinum Empyrean, your life total won't change. Angel's Grace, your life total just won't change. Yeah, it's a fun little interaction. So nowadays, the archetype of finality or whatever they were called, the archetypes cycle things that say lose and can't gain an ability would be the templating that we'd use nowadays. Another good one. Oh, this is a fun one. If you've never seen this card, I was going to make a video about it, but I was trying to work out exactly what to say about it. It's just a weird card. Trying to find combos for it is there's no like one combo for it. It's just bizarre, basically. So, Urtai's Meddling. X can't be 0. Target spell's controller exiles it with X delay counters on it. At the beginning of each of that player's upkeeps, if that card is exiled, remove a delay counter from it. If the card has no delay counters on it, the player puts it onto the stack as a copy of the original spell. This is the only card in Magic the Gathering that puts something onto the stack, puts a spell onto the stack without casting it, essentially. So everything else casts, like if you copy a spell and you cast the copy, Urtai's Meddling literally just puts the spell as it was onto the stack as a copy of the original spell. Now, what I'm going to do is I'm going to read some of the rules and I'm going to read some of the bits from the notes and rules information, the rulings essentially for Urtai's Meddling. Some of the fun ones. Let's see. If Urtai's Meddling is used to copy a spell being cast face down due to morph, the spell will create a face-up 2/2 colorless nameless creature with no text. You can't turn it you basically can't turn it face up again. It just creates a face-up 2/2 colorless nameless creature token with no text, because that's what the morph spell originally looked like. What? Yeah, so that's a fun one. If a spell was cast during flashback, it will remember when you put it back on the spell that it was cast with flashback. If you copied an arcane spell with spliced effects onto it, it will remember that you spliced onto it and put those splices back on, but you can't resplice because you're not casting it. Yeah, so it doesn't trigger off casting a spell either because you're not casting it again. You're just putting it onto the stack. A targeted spell which is delayed through Urtai's Meddling will succeed if the target has phased out and phased back in again. Why? Just why? But yeah, it's exciting. So it's just. It is one of the weirdest cards. I was wondering if there was like a combo with it with Mutate. You can Urtai's Meddling a Mutate. X values. I think it just keeps whatever values you had for X in the first place. It just keeps them essentially. It like I said, it puts it back on the spell, back on the stack. As a copy of the original spell, like with all the original choices and stuff. Yeah, it is bizarre. All right, Urtai's Meddling. I'm not going to talk about that one much more. Let's go Brothers Yamazaki. Yeah, here we go. Brothers Yamazaki and Spike It. So there's a scenario. You have two Brothers Yamazaki, a Spike It, a Leyline of Singularity, and a non-legendary creature like Grizzly Bears. So Spike It, you equip the Spike It to a brother. Spike It basically says, equipped creature has the names of all non-legendary creatures. So you now have Brothers Yamazaki with the name Grizzly Bears. So you now control two legendary creatures named Grizzly Bears, one of which has the text, "The legend rule does not apply to creatures named Brothers Yamazaki." So do you have to sacrifice the Grizzly Bears? Do you have to sacrifice one or both of them? Why? What happens? The ruling, the official ruling, the ruling is that you do not have to sacrifice anything. And the reason for that is basically the question is like, how do you phrase the rule? The legend rule does not apply to creatures named Brothers Yamazaki, and like the inherent logical thing is that when you look at permanents that you're trying to get rid of with the state-based action of like the legend rule, just ignore any that are called Brothers Yamazaki for the purposes of looking at state-based actions based on name. So yeah, it's a bit weird. It's a bit of a weird one, because in theory you could say, okay, you look at the permanents named Grizzly Bears, and the you have two permanents named Grizzly Bears, one of which says, I don't care about I don't care about legend rule, but one of them does care about legend rule. The other Grizzly Bears does care about legend rule. So yeah, it's a bit of a weird edge case, but the ruling is that you don't have to sacrifice anything, so that's good. Oh yeah, fun. Next one is Goblin Test Pilot. Goblin Test Pilot. This card was created to to create problems. It's just a problem thing. It's the most irrelevant. So I'm going to read a little bit of blurb. The most irrelevant thing that regularly pops up in name questions like, I control suppression field and activate Goblin Test Pilot, but I don't like the target, so I refuse to tap mana for it. I can't pay the cost, so I rewind the whole ability activation. Can I do that? You can't do that. That's cheating. But then you move on to weird stuff like Kapala, Warden of Waves. You're not trying to do anything shady here. Goblin Test Pilot taps. The target is chosen at random. The target is Kapala. One of the is a merfolk you control with Kapala, or your opponent controls Kapala. You tap Goblin Test Pilot. You target one of their merfolk. What happens if you can't pay the 2? Then you have to roll that back. But then you don't honestly know. You get to a point where if you can't pay the 2 for Kapala's ability, you get to a point of having to tap Goblin Test Pilot, failing to be able to do that because you literally can't do it. Rewinding the whole ability and then having to tap it again. Maybe this time you'll pick something else that you can hit. Yeah, so just a bit of a weird card. Doing things at random, not ideal. Especially this kind of ability. So yeah, it's just fun. Yeah. Next one up, Cavernous Souls. So there's an assumption here. The judging community has made the assumption that you're always using the second ability of Cavern of Souls unless it's explicit that you use the first ability, or there's no way to cast what you're trying to cast using the second ability. So it's not written anywhere in policy. There's basically a fiat there's a fiat that's been there for years, and there hasn't been nobody caused a scene about it on camera. So there hasn't been a scenario where somebody has gone, which ability are you using on Cavern of Souls? Or, somebody's cast a creature and then gone, and then their opponents tried to counter and gone, well, you didn't make it clear which ability of Cavern of Souls you were using. So the ruling here is just, you're obviously using the most beneficial one to you at each point. But there's no like official rule on that. It's just a thing that judges have decided to do because it makes sense. So yeah. Oh yes, another good one. Somebody mentioned this as well. Urza Saga versus Blood Moon. So you might have seen this interaction in Modern recently. If you have a Blood Moon out and there's an Urza Saga, Urza Saga loses its abilities. But what that will do is send Urza Saga to the graveyard. And here's why. So if you have a saga, the saga's final chapter number is the greatest value among chapter abilities it has. So if a saga somehow has no chapter abilities, its final chapter ability is 0. Uh, 704.5S says, if the number of lore counters on a saga permanent is greater than or equal to its final chapter number, and it isn't the source of a chapter ability that has triggered but not yet left the stack, that saga's controller sacrifices it. So if it has 0 abilities and the number of lore counters on it is 0 or more, which it always is, then the saga has to be sacrificed. And it goes away. So that is, if you want to kill your opponent's Urza saga, play Blood Moon. That's the solution there. Simon Water says, oh, this is live. Hello from a judge in Sweden. Hello. Welcome. Hope you're having a good time. We are on slide 178 of 243. We are deep, 4 hours deep into explaining the rules iceberg at this point, and we're getting into the gnarly things at the bottom. I'm hoping to finish before midnight. I hope. We'll see. I might have to go a bit faster, but we'll see. I'm gonna go till we've finished. So yeah. Limited range of influence. This is just a bit of a weird one that you probably won't even notice for the most point. A player's range of influence is the maximum distance from that player. So if you're playing with a game with a limited range of influence, so things like Emperor have got limited range of influence. You can only see and affect things within that range of influence. It's definitely more of a casual thing. There are like multiplayer variants you can use where, you know, Star, for example, you can have Star with a limited range of influence. Yeah, it's a quite an interesting one. There's a whole section of it in the comprehensive rules. So if you're interested in limited range of influence, I'd go and check those out. What time is it where you are? It is just coming up to 11 p.m. Like I said, we've been going for 4 hours. And yeah. I DM'd you on Twitter about my favorite funky ROI interaction. I will I've been here. I'll try and find that DM later. Is the slide deck available anywhere? I'd love to be able to look at what's on there at my own place later. Once I'm finished, this stream is going to be chopped up into bits and put on YouTube. I will put the slides in a link on the videos. So yeah, this will all be available to people at a later date. But I will cut out these little bits where I'm talking to chat. So yeah, that will get chopped up. Hopefully, relatively. I'm trying very hard to segment it into talking to chat and then talking about the slide, because otherwise I'm going to make myself go mad when I try to edit this. So. But hopefully get some decent views on the on the full thing. We'll see. Long videos don't tend to do particularly well on the channel. They don't get pushed as much, but yeah, we'll see. It means our little chat. I'm going to leave the live stream up. I'm just going to make it more edited for people. I think it works that way. Whether you know, you'll have to come back to the original source to see the chats with chat. Or you'll go mad either way. It's bold of you to assume I'm not already there. Okay. Yay, another one. Wishes in sub games. I've got a video on this April the 1st last year. Go check it out. Wishes in sub games. You are allowed to, every card in the main game is outside of the game, including the Charizard that is currently resolving on the stack. So if you have a wish that you can cast inside the sub game, you are able to go and get Charizard from the main game into the current sub game, and then recast Charizard inside the sub game to create a new sub game inside a sub game. And at that point, the dream goes deeper. So yeah, if you want, go and check the video out, because I think it's funny, but it also really does explain the sub game mechanics for wishing for something from outside the game. So it's definitely worth checking out. What happens when all the sub games resolve? Then the dream collapses, and you have to work out who's losing life at which point. And generally, if you're aiming to do like an infinite loop, you'll win all the sub games, and your opponent will lose a bunch of life essentially. But I think you get to a point where you can't actually kill them due to damage. But yeah, it's banned everywhere. So Charizard is just one of those things where it's like, don't worry about it, it's fine. Aura equipments. So aura equipments are fun. Yeah, basically, this can be boiled down to whenever something refers to a equipped thing, well, equipped creature or enchanted object or player, all it means is the thing that the aura or equipment is attached to at that point. So if you have an aura that becomes an equipment, that aura, if that aura has an ability that affects the enchanted object, that will affect the equipped object as well. And equipment that become auras do a similar thing. So if you have an equipment that affects equipped creature, it will also affect the object onto which it's enchanted. For the most part, that doesn't really matter, but there are certain abilities. I've got a whole bunch of videos about auras becoming equipment and equipment becoming auras that you should check out to see the details on this. But yeah, essentially it's all about what the thing it is attached to is, essentially. Yeah, they're really cool. Aura equipments are fun. First striking ninjas. So if you have a first striker, if you have a first striker, you can deal damage in the first combat damage step. So for first and double strikers. At that point, you can activate ninjutsu to put an unblocked creature from your hand onto the battlefield and return a creature back. That ninja will also deal combat damage. So you can essentially get a point of attacking with a first striker, dealing damage in your first strike damage step. The creature gets bounced to hand. Then you put your ninja in, and the ninja also deals damage in the second combat damage step because it didn't do damage in the first strike combat damage step. So there's a way of basically getting more damage than you might be expecting, and also getting your ninja coming into the battlefield at the same time. It's just a nice little interaction with first strike and ninjutsu. It also, like I said, works for the same thing for double strikers as well. This section intentionally left blank. So before Lorwyn, the rulebook had a couple of sections in it. There was 210 for legal text and 211 for collector number. In Lorwyn, it got collapsed down to 210, information below the text box. And they just didn't want to shuffle a bunch of rules. So they just kept 211 as intentionally blank. It's a solution, I guess. Presumably they didn't want to go around renumbering a whole bunch of renumbering a bunch of rules, but nowadays I think the numbers have been bumped up by some other rules being added, so it's not a problem anymore. But yeah, at the time that was their solution to try not to do as much work. The frisbee ruling. It must flip like a coin and not like a frisbee. Falling star, yes. Flip falling star onto the battlefield from a height of at least 1 foot. Star must turn at least 360 degrees or it has no effect. When it lands, it deals 3 damage to each creature that it touches. Any creatures damaged by falling star that are not destroyed become tapped. Yeah, that's the rule. There is a ruling that says it must flip like a coin and not like a frisbee. So a nice fun one there. And that's, I mean, this is black border, so yeah. Dexterity cards are weird for a thing. Michael Dwyer says, love the stream, greetings from Germany. V Gates, it's getting me good. I'm very tired. I can't speak German right now. All right, Spectra Ward. If you cast Spectra Ward on Light Pause, you get to cast a new aura with the trigger. So Light Pause is the new creature from Neon Genesis Kamigawa? Neon Kamigawa Neon Dynasty. There you go. I always think in my head I've got Neon. Yeah, just no. We'll not say that. yeah, Neon Dynasty. So Lightpaw says when you cast an aura and targeting Lightpaws, you get a trigger that would allow you to attach a new aura from your library onto Lightpaws. There is essentially a ruling that says, well, they've asked the rules manager to say what happens with Spectral Ward. Like if I cast Spectral Ward on it, the effect doesn't remove auras, but does that mean that I can put an aura onto the battlefield attached to Spectral Ward? Will it then be removed? The answer is no. It's not going to get removed. So there is a specific rule for this, 702.16n. Some auras give the enchanted creature protection from a quality and say this effect doesn't remove that aura or auras. So you can I think the rule, I'm going to read through the rulings here. So assuming you have Lightpaws already enchanted with Spectre, you can attach new auras, attach with any aura removing effects like Auragraph that don't target Lightpaws, attach with any mass returning aura effects, and cast a regular cast colorless auras like Eldrazi Conscription. It's not. I don't know if it's a huge deal. It seemed like there was some confusion on the Magic subreddit about it. So I am merely the conduit for the confusion that got put into the iceberg, and I'm trying to relate to you all now. I'm not necessarily super confused myself. I think it just works, right? Spectral Ward is the effect seems pretty straightforward. I think there's possibly some wording around like doesn't remove auras and the protection element of it, but it works with Lightpaw. It works. So we shall move on. Yes, turning things into artifact creatures. Artifact creatures. Some effects state that an object becomes an artifact creature. These effects also allow the object to retain all of its prior card types and subtypes. It's a random exception that normally it would overwrite. If something says it becomes a creature or becomes an artifact. But yeah, it's an exception to the rule that says if it becomes an artifact creature, it retains all the prior types. It's just one of those things that allows it to work the way that Magic used to be, essentially. It's just a random exception. it's fun times. Nothing else works like that. Everything else is explicit. It's just artifact creature stuff. Zoetic Cave versus Blood Moon. Okay, so Morph versus Humility. So to turn a Morph face up, the first thing you do is look at the front face of the card and you see what the Morph cost is. And since under Humility, it would have no Morph cost, you can't flip it. Zoetic Cave can be flipped under Humility because on the front face of Zoetic Cave is a land, and therefore once it's flipped, Humility doesn't apply to it, so it still has its Morph cost. However, with Blood Moon, Zoetic Cave doesn't have, loses all of its abilities when it's face up, and therefore you can't unmorph a Zoetic Cavern. So just weirdness. It's mostly just weirdness with you're not actually using an ability that exists on the permanent itself. It's what the front face that you have to look at and go, ooh, okay, does it actually have an ability that I can use here? So it's just a bit of a weird edge case for that one. Layer 10. Time for a drink. God, there's how many? Right, we got 60 slides to go. Come on, we can do this. The thing we can do 60 slides in an hour. There we go. More 1994 nonsense. Semi-targeted effects. So I'm going to just quote what Siberian Rabbit said at the start of this. A semi-targeted effect is, from what I've managed to gather after very many moons of rulings archaeology, defined as it follows. We cannot even begin to pretend that this is an actual targeted effect, but it does force you to choose creatures, which is apparently the exact same as targeting in these situations. You're not allowed to target a creature that's protected So it completely ignores creatures with protection. And the mighty list of semi-targeted effects is Balance and Drop of Honey. Just these two. Wonderful. Maybe juxtaposed when that comes out later this year. Amazing. I'm not going to talk more about 1994 rules now. It was a weird time. It's just weird. So let's talk about stuff that actually matters. So opposition agent versus matters. Opposition agent versus transmute artifact. So you have an opposition agent which allows you to control your opponents while they're searching their libraries. Your opponent casts transmute artifact. So they sacrifice an artifact and search their library for an artifact card. So you're controlling them during the time that they're searching their library for an artifact card. Then that card gets exiled once they choose it. But at that point, there is no, because it's changed zone essentially. They're expecting it to be in the library. They're expecting to search for this and go, oh, it's in my library. I will be able to pay X to cast it or pay X and put it onto the battlefield. Because it's in exile, there is no, the original player can still choose to pay X at that point. Doesn't do anything. It can't find the transmuted artifact in exile from the transmute artifact spell. It's really kind of weird. It's basically due to zone change effects. You can still choose to pay it. It just does nothing. The only the opposition agent player can actually find that spell. So yeah, fun times. Radiant Performer versus Mutate. The end result of copying a Mutate spell with Radiant Performer. Radiant Performer says, if you cast it from your hand, choose a target spell that I'm going to say the bits that are irrelevant. Target spell that targets only a single permanent. Copy that spell for each other permanent the spell could target. Each copy targets a different one of those permanents, and each one of those permanents. If you have mutated onto a permanent and that spell is on the stack, that means you can mutate onto all of the creatures that you control, and it creates token copies of all mutate creatures that you have. So it will generate a token mutate copy of every creature you every non-human creature you control. I think that I'm trying to remember the exact wording for mutate, but it's basically every non-human creature you control. You'll get a copy of the mutate spell, and it will create a token copy. Yeah, it won't target Radiant Performer because it's a human, but everything else is fine. So yeah, you get a whole bunch of token permanents. Hooray! And they all get mutated on, which is exciting too. So yeah, if it's a Sea-Dasher Octopus, get to draw a bunch of cards, which is fun. Next one up, Gigantha and Embodiment of Agonies. So Gigantha is the only card in Magic the Gathering that cares about mana symbols in a split card's mana cost. So the mana cost of a split card is the combined mana cost of its two halves. The split card's colours and mana value are determined from its combined mana cost. An effect which refers specifically to the symbols in a split card's mana cost sees separate symbols rather than the whole mana cost. So the example here is from the comprehensive rules. Fire and Ice's mana cost is 2, total mana cost is 2 blue, red. It has the same mana cost as Steam Augury, but an effect such as that of Gigantha the Wellspring sees that it contains this mana symbol 1 twice. So you can't have Fire and Ice in Gigantha, but Embodiment of Agonies just cares about the full mana cost. So as long as you have something that is a 2 blue, red, it's complete. Nothing is a 2 blue, red. You'll be absolutely fine. So yeah, it is the only thing that cares about mana symbols, Gigantha, and that is explicitly called out in the comprehensive rules. Stone Steven says, "Hey Max, had to stop by to say congrats. Thank you very much. We are doing pretty well on subscribers. I'm very happy. We are slowly moving up, getting on up to 11,000. So even I don't know if we're going to do one for like 20,000. We might do one for 100,000. My voice is going at the moment, so yeah, we'll see. We'll see how this goes. Ooh, events containing other events. So 616.1G. While following the events in 616.1A to F, one replacement or prevention effect may apply to an event, and another may apply to an event contained within an event. In this case, the second event can't be chosen until after the first event has been chosen. So the example here is quite a useful one. So you ask to create a token that's a copy of Voice of All and has the ability, as Voice of All enters the battlefield, choose a color. Doubling Season has an ability which reads, if an effect would create one or more tokens under your control, it creates twice that many tokens instead. Because entering the battlefield is an event contained within the event of creating a token, the effect of Doubling Season must be applied first, and then the effects of the two Voice of All tokens may be applied in either order. So it means that your Voice of All tokens, you get to choose different colors. Basically, you get two of them, choose different colors. It's not choose the color and then create two of them. So yeah, it's there's a subtle ordering basically. Looking back in time. Okay, so most of the time we look at the game state after an event has happened to see if it triggered. But sometimes we check immediately before an event to see if something triggered. And the biggest one of these is leaves the battlefield effects. So that's the one that we 90% of the time we look at them and go, oh yeah, okay, leaves the battlefield effects. So if something goes from the battlefield to the graveyard, we look back in time to see whether it triggered or not. However, if something is put into the graveyard from anywhere, it doesn't look back in time. So that gets triggered after the event happens. So the examples here are like, if I cast Decimate, killing Gitrog monster and a land, does the Gitrog monster trigger? No, because after Gitrog monster resolves, Gitrog isn't on the battlefield and it can't see that a land was put into the graveyard because it's when a land is put into the graveyard from anywhere. But I cast Decimate, killing Titania and a land. Does Titania resolve? And the answer is yes. We look at the game state immediately before the spell resolved and see that Titania was on the battlefield and it's able to trigger off the land going to the graveyard. So yeah, that is basically it's one of these weird windows where it's like most of the time we look at before and after to say this triggered, but in this specific case we look before the event as well to see if something would have triggered. Okay, fun times. Buying your opponent a burrito as a win condition. Yo, if you make top 8, dinner's on us. So at the last Mythic Invitational, there was a meme moment where LSV was eating a burrito on camera and owning someone. The Wizards of the Coast social media manager tweeted something like, yo, if you make top 8, dinner's on us. LSV made top 8 and Wizards of the Coast bought him a burrito. And then Reddit came out and said, this is bribery and / or wagering, and wanted action to be taken. It's unclear what action they would have wanted. This is all despite the fact that the Uber level judge, Toby Elliott, the person that wrote the bribery and wagering process policy in the first place, was all over the thread saying, this is not wagering, stop being weird. Yeah, it's just a bit of a fun inclusion there by Siberian Rabbit, who thought the whole fair was insanely stupid, which I think is a reasonable conclusion from that. Hans Eriksson versus Torpor Orb. So Torpor Orb doesn't stop Hans. It's another of these reflexive ones, I think. So Hans Eriksson's reflexive trigger still works with Torpor Orb in play, even though a player putting a creature onto the battlefield obviously results in a creature entering the battlefield. The condition that causes the ability to trigger isn't quite the same one that Torpor Orb is preventing. So I think Hans Eriksson, I can't remember the exact wording, but has a reflexive effect that has an ability which sets up another reflexive effect, and I think it's the same thing as Massacre Girl. So if Hans had said, when a creature enters the battlefield this way, then Torpor Orb does prevent it. So it's similar. I think it's similar to Taser and Massacre Girl, but slightly subtly different. All right, magical hack on Nightmare. Again, old rules. 1995, you control 5 islands, and your opponent controls 5 swamps and Nightmare. You cast control magic. Can you keep the Nightmare for yourself? So Nightmare would be power and toughness each equal to the number of swamps you control. So you wouldn't be able to keep it under the current rules. It would just die state-based actions. It's got 0/0 toughness, put into the graveyard. In 1995, after you gain control of the Nightmare, the game would see you've got a 0/0 that's about to die. So it opens up the regeneration window where you're allowed to play a regeneration effect and an interrupt. You can interrupt by using magic. So you can magical hack the Nightmare at that point to change a swamp, the word swamp, into island. And after that resolves, the Nightmare is a 5/5 and it's no longer dying. So yeah, old rules being weird. It's just the state-based action system is so much nicer than the old rules, and this is one of the examples that makes it absolutely, to me, just amazingly clear that the old system was bad. Yes, I had a video on this as well. So some tokens can be named with Pithing Needle, but what about ninja tokens? So before the Crimson Vow update, there were a handful of tokens that could be named in various formats, which was unintuitive. So like you could have named Illusion. Illusion was a card name, but it's also a token name. But there was also an interesting question. So what about Ninja? So there's no card name Ninja in Black Border, but there is a Ninja in Silver Border, and you can create ninjas via Volrath's laboratory by naming the ninja type. So Toby Elliott said that the documents are only meant to cover Black Border magic, but Jess Dunks did remark that the card Ninja has a Gatherer page, and therefore that makes it a magic card. This stayed in limbo for a while until they decided to solve the problem by making the entire debate irrelevant due to in tokens now have the suffix token, so it doesn't even matter anymore. So yeah, fun times and weird. Hedronize. I'm not entirely sure why Hedronize is on here. It's a bit of a weird one. It is a scrapped mechanic from Battle for Zendikar and Oath of the Gatewatch that made you roll an 8-sided dice, or 8-sided die rather, with fixed effects. I think these got given out at some point. I don't know why this is a weird ruling, but yeah, it is fun. I would love one of these Hedron dice actually. That is a collectible I would like to have in my collection. So that should be Stoneforge Mystic. I didn't correct the title. Stoneforge and Faceless Haven's conditional ban list immunity. So Faceless Haven is a card, it's a land, it's banned in standard. But it can be played in standard if you really want to. But you can only play it in standard if you play the mono white aggro challenger deck. So it is banned unless you're playing a challenger deck. In that case it's not banned. So yeah. Same thing happened for Stoneforge Mystic. There is a precon where Stoneforge Mystic is legal, unless you I think it was for modern at the time. So you could play the precon in modern, and it would be completely legal. But then Stoneforge was banned at the time. Yeah, white cards seem to be bannable. Who knew? So yeah, super powerful. Quicksilver Elemental, one of my favorite cards ever. Yeah, this is one of the things that got me into weird magic. It has the ability to gain all activated abilities of target creature until end of turn. So most of the problems with this card are fixed by the linked abilities rules. So you can't just gain abilities from multiple permanents and then mix and match the little bits of the ones that you want. The fun thing here is the ruling with Leonin Bowler. So if you Leonin Bowler is an equipment which says equipped creature has tap, unattach, lane in bowler. I think deal 2 damage, something like that. So if you Quicksilver Elemental to gain the activated ability of a creature equipped with Lane in Bowler, you can pay. You can tap that creature and unattach your opponent's Lane in Bowler to do the effect of Lane in Bowler. So yeah, you can unattach somebody else's equipment as part of the cost of activating the copied ability of Quicksilver Elemental, which seems like it should be a problem, but isn't. I guess because yeah, you're completely allowed to do that. So yeah, fun times. So double major Gorex. Yeah, Gorex the Tomb Shell. Whenever it attacks or dies, you choose a card at random exiled with Gorex and put that card into its owner's hand. So an additional cost, you can exile creature cards from your graveyard to make it cheaper. There is no confirmation apparently about how they want it to work, but if you double major it, so if you create a token copy, if you create a copy of the spell with double major, the copy should be able to retrieve cards exiled with the original. Apparently, there's a similarity with Hoffrey and Doubling Season. I don't know the rules for definite behind this one. It's probably fine. It probably does work this way. I haven't checked it on Magic Online, but yeah, it's a fun one. Again, we're getting into the weird bits of Magic at this point. So yeah, expect some dragons. 502.9D. Ignore this rule. Okay, so originally comprehensive rules said 502.9D. An attacking creature with trample ignores any blocking creatures that can't have damage assigned to them. Which was confusing because it wasn't clear if it meant to include protection, which it wasn't. It was all about the creature Fogbank. So after they reworded Fogbank to be more clear, they just kept the rule there, but they changed it to 502.9D. Ignore this rule. So if you're a fan of rules, I don't think this is still there, but certainly. It can give the locator wizards.com/locator a bit of a run for its money for fun rules. Yeah, saving the formatting at any cost. The Jared Carthalion rule is incomplete. So if the monarch leaves the game, the active player becomes the monarch at the same time as that player leaves the game. If the active player is leaving the game or there is no active player, the next player in turn order becomes the monarch. If no player still in the game can become the monarch, the game continues with no monarch. Try saying monarch 3 times. It says that the next player in turn order becomes the monarch, but it doesn't say what happens when that player can't become the monarch either. It's just left implied that it carries on round in turn order. So basically, they just need the rule here is incomplete, and they probably need to reword it to say that you repeat this process in turn order until nobody becomes the monarch or somebody becomes the monarch. So yeah, it's just a bit of a weird rules oversight at the moment. Pro Tour on Honolulu. Do not research. Yes, it's powerful stuff here. Yeah, I'm not going to go too deep into it. If you want to read this, the link is there. Yeah, if you know what it's about, you know what it's about. Platinum Angel is a powerful card, so we'll move on from that. Khan in Time. So can you ultimate Khan Liberated once time in the round is called? So the MTR says that no game can be started once time is called, and the comprehensive rules that says when Khan ultimates, we stop the current game. We've already been over this rule. You know, Khan ultimates, we stop the current game, we're starting a new game. But Toby Elliott says it's not starting a new game, we're just restarting the current game. So who knows? Whoever, I think the next time anyone hits this in any sort of relevance, we'll find out. Presumably the head judge at that point will try and work that out. But yeah, a fun interaction. Floral Spasm is still making a decision. So if you've never seen Floral Spasm before, If it attacks an opponent and it is not blocked, and then Floral Spasm may choose to destroy a target artifact under that opponent's control and deal no damage. Now you'll notice that Floral Spasm is making the decision here and not us. Floral Spasm cannot speak, but if it could, it might destroy target artifact. So until that point, we're just going to be sat back here and waiting. So yeah. Moving on. Onto layer 11. So, yes, layer 11, exiling an exiled card. So if an object in the exile zone is exiled, it doesn't change zone, but it becomes a new object that's just been exiled. So this basically stops Voidmaw. Voidmaw is a card that says if a creature would be put into a graveyard from play, exile it instead. Put a card removed, so put an exiled card, put a card exiled with Voidmaw into its opponent's graveyard. It gets +2/+2 until end of turn. There is an interaction here, basically. So if you have it done to an opponent's creature, basically, if an opponent's creature dies, Leyline of the Void sends it to exile. Then Voidmaw would no wait. I think you can I think you can choose which one you use. So Voidmaw would trying to remember the exact rule now. Basically, the exact rule behind here is cards exiled with Voidmaw that would go to the graveyard, but have that replaced by an effect such as Leyline of the Void. They're considered new objects, so you can't use them to activate Voidmaw's ability again. So the second ability of Voidmaw is if you'd be putting a card with exiled with Voidmaw into its opponent's graveyard, Leyline of the Void replaces that with go back to exile again, and you could just keep doing that loop if you're not careful. But because of 400.8, it becomes a new object that wasn't exiled with Voidmaw. So yeah, it's a fun one. Next one up. Red Elemental Blast has conditional speed. I am not an expert at all on 5th edition timing rules. So I'm going to kind of paraphrase what I've got here from the notes. 5th edition shored some stuff up, introduced conditional speed and mana sources as a card type. The weird stuff here is that the behavior of an interrupt, it wasn't simply determined by its card type. So not just because it's an interrupt, it could do a certain thing. It was also determined by its targets. So it basically had different behavior based on the fact of whether it was targeting a spell or a permanent in 5th edition rules, which is nonsense. So yeah, we don't talk about Red Elemental Blast. We don't talk about 5th edition rules. We're going to move on. Season of the Witch versus Silent Arbiter. This is literal. The italic text here is literally from Siberian Rabbit. Season of the Witch says at the beginning of your upkeep, sacrifice Season of the Witch unless you pay 2 life. At the beginning of the end step, destroy all untapped creatures that didn't attack this turn, except for creatures that couldn't attack. And how does that interact with Silent Arbiter? The answer is we don't know. We straight up don't know. There is nothing that tries to tell us what that means. The last official ruling is from 1995. The last time a current member of R&D answered was a long time ago. Matt Tabak said, I don't think anyone in Wizards has thought about this card since it was printed. Try asking the next rules manager once they're hired. So this is one of the cards where it's just like, don't know. Yeah. So because Silent Arbiter only lets you attack with 1 creature a turn, is that making the creature that couldn't attack because you can only attack with 1? Or who knows? Nobody knows. Not even the rules managers know. So yes, we're in an edge case of Magic where nobody knows how to play a card, play a combination of cards with each other. So hooray. Interdict. Instead of saying, Interdict said, counter target artifact, creature, enchantment, or land ability requiring activation cost activated abilities of that permanent cannot be played again this turn. So in 1997 speak, this stopped activated abilities, triggered abilities, phase abilities, prevent damage portion of protection, and trample. And it was not designed to do that. Like it wasn't meant to stop trampling. So it got errated very, very quickly. It's just one of those weird ones where it's like, but oh yeah, okay, the rules work like this. Why? So yeah. Triggered abilities in the void. Triggered abilities only go on the stack after checking for state-based actions, at which point we put all triggered abilities that have triggered since the last time we did this on the stack. So where are they waiting? Well, they're waiting to be put on the stack. They're in the void somewhere. They're waiting. They're lurking. They're waiting. The place they exist is an undefined limbo and the game just knows how to handle that. So hooray. There is no zone. They just exist. Planeswalkers blocking attacks against themselves. This is a fairly nice, probably quite low for what the actual thing is, but you can animate planeswalkers and they can block if they're being attacked. They can block for themselves. They can block as a creature if they're being attacked. A fun thing with Thruster is that so Thruster has trample over planeswalkers. You can block Thruster as a creature, and then Thruster can deal damage, the extra damage over the creature damage to the planeswalker, and then any additional damage tramples over to the controller of the planeswalker. So there's basically a 3-step process of damage being dealt to planeswalker and then to the player itself. But yeah, nice little one there. This doesn't work anymore because 0 toughness is a state-based action and not a destruction. But Clergy of the Holy Nimbus, it basically said if this will be destroyed, regenerate it. And weakness is just gives a creature -2/-1. So if you cast a weakness on my opponent's Clergy of the Holy Nimbus and I don't pay the mana to stop them regenerating, so Clergy of the Holy Nimbus has you can pay 1 to stop it from regenerating. So yeah, just continuously regenerates forever and ever and ever. And we're stuck in an eternal loop until you pay 1 mana for it. Obviously, like I say, it doesn't work anymore. So mutating on Skullbriar. So the specific quote here is, where do the counters go when you change zones? So if you had like Persist or something like that, or Skullbriar, like when the mutated permanent gets split up, let's say you flickered and came back, do the counters stay on Skullbriar? Are the counters put in? There is ambiguity about where counters go. There is a statement by Eli Schifrin on it where the counters can be distributed, or you can stick them all on one. It probably doesn't matter in the end because leaving everything on Skullbriar is usually the correct option. Like there's no reason you'd want to in Exile put some on an Exile permanent. You don't split that. You can't duplicate them because that's not what it says. So yeah, there's just some fun weirdness about it. Yeah, so we don't talk about mutating Skullbriar. Getting a restraining order as a win condition. So the tournament rules say that anyone is eligible to participate as a player in a DCI sanctioned tournament except for anyone prohibited by federal, state, or local laws, the tournament rules of the tournament organizer, or by venue's management. So in theory, if you had a restraining order against somebody, they wouldn't be able to play in a DCI sanctioned tournament. It is a win condition. Whether anyone has ever done this before is unknown. It basically, I think Siberian Rabbit put it in as a little fun. I say fun. Obviously, restraining orders are not fun, but as a quirky bit of the MTR rules. So yeah. Mega combo. So mega combo. I'm not going to go into mega combo. Mega combo is a ludicrous magical Christmas land where you can end up dealing a lot of damage on your first turn, given an entire deck of cards. It is basically a challenge of deal the most damage you possibly can, and the numbers end up being larger than you can feasibly represent using normal notation. So you end up with this weird arrow notation, and I'm pretty sure there's more. It's like more atoms. This number is bigger than the number of atoms in the universe, or something stupid like that. It's a mind-bogglingly large number. So yeah, it's pretty fun. Draw for turn on the stack. Apparently, in the old days, drawing for turn used to be a thing that got put on the stack, rather than just something that happened at the beginning of your draw step. Fun times, old stuff. Like it played as a trigger ability, just as if you had a card that read at the beginning of your draw step, draw a card. So that obviously got fixed at some point to make it less bad. Cleric class. Cleric class is weird. When its level 3 ability resolves, you gain life equal to the creature's toughness as it exists on the battlefield. So the ability says you gain life equal to its toughness. And the rulings on that say you gain life equal to the creature's toughness as it exists on the battlefield, which may be different than its toughness in the graveyard. Fair enough. However, the spell Reanimate from, I think, Modern Horizons 2, or Modern Horizons 1, the amount of life you lose for that is a similarly worded spell. The amount of life you lose is determined by the converted mana cost of the card in your graveyard, not the creature once it's on the battlefield. So you're reanimating a creature in the graveyard, and you lose life equal to the converted mana cost of that creature. I think it says you lose life equal to its mana value. So the wording is basically the same, but for some reason Reanimate is different to Cleric class. Why? Nobody knows. So yeah, that's just another weird rules window. Nobody really knows. All right, 0 power Zilortha versus Trample. So this is Zilortha, Strength Incarnate. Lethal damage is dealt to creatures you control determined by their power rather than their toughness. So if your Zilortha has 0 power, rather than this 7, if you try to trample over that, you've got two options. So you can assign 1 damage to Zilortha and then trample the rest over, which would kill Zilortha. You can also assign 0 damage to Zilortha and just hit your opponent in the face for a full, but Zilortha would survive. So a 0 power Zilortha already is classed as being lethally damaged, but state-based actions won't kill it unless it's got at least 1 damage marked on it, which is kind of weird. If this is at 0, if this is at 0, it's like you are lethally damaged, but you've not been dealt any damage. It's just a weird quirk of the rules. Kind of a fun one. Very, usually irrelevant, but that's what it is. All right. Next up we have +1/+1 counters aren't interchangeable. So apparently, back in the day, good old rules, before Tempest, counters remembered which sources they had, and they couldn't be used for something that they weren't meant to. So if you used Dwarven Weaponsmith to put a counter on Triskelion to, you can just shoot using +1/+1 counters, you couldn't use that counter to just shoot something. Which is nonsense. Like, +1/+ counters are definitely interchangeable, should be interchangeable, and obviously now are interchangeable. So that's a positive. Equinox. Common factoid is that it's the only card the rulebook doesn't support, but we have talked about Season of the Witch, so that's not true. The way it works is approximately by asking the question, if the targeted spell, so Equinox says, tap the land enchanted with Equinox to counter a spell that destroys 1 or more of your lands. The ability is played as an interrupt. So the question is asked, if the targeted spell were to resolve right now, Using only public information, can we determine that a land would be destroyed with 100% certainty? And if so, then it counters it. So, Equinox will not counter a spell that has a random chance of destroying a land. Equinox will not counter a spell that would indirectly cause destruction of one of your lands. Equinox will not counter a spell that deals damage to an animated land, even if it would deal more damage than the land's toughness, because the spell itself will not destroy the land directly, and the land is destroyed by a game rule. And it will not destroy a spell which would destroy a land only if a choice is made. So there's a lot of weird caveats for something which is designed just to be like, yeah, just don't destroy my lands. That'd be great. So yeah, a lot of weirdness around this one aura, basically. Urza's Bauble. Sacrifice Urza's Bauble. Look at a card at random in target player's hand. You draw a card at the beginning of the next turn's upkeep. Do you get to know, as the player being looked at, what card got looked at? Yes, but there's no like official ruling. There is a standard ruling that exists, a fiat ruling. You can tell which card is being looked at when a random object changes zones. That object must be known immediately before performing the action in case replacement effects can affect that event. The same philosophy applies, in theory. This is according to, I think, Eli Schifrin. It could be another of the rules managers. Even though there's no zone change involved, but it's unlikely that this event could ever be modified. So essentially, the answer is yes, but please don't, like, we're not going to explicitly come out and rule this either way, because nobody plays with this card. Dark Ritual and Yawgmoth's Will. Fun. Old rules again. There was a point at which, just after the 1998 rules updates, and during the French Nationals 1999 tournament, Yawgmoth's Will and Dark Ritual both got some there were some updates that basically affected, I think, Yawgmoth's Will, that effectively let you cast Yawgmoth's Will and then Dark Ritual infinitely from the graveyard. You could just keep casting Dark Ritual and it wouldn't exile. I think it's because Yawgmoth's Will was like triggered at the time, and so there was a trigger on the stack to exile Dark Ritual once you cast it, but it was already in the graveyard at the point that it would have been exiled because of like interrupt rules, so you can, and mana source rules, so you can just keep casting it because it's faster than the trigger. So yeah, that was the basic thing behind it. At the French Nationals, some people came to the tournament they wanted to just abuse this. They tried. The tournament organizer said, no, you cannot do this. They tried. They got banned. I think they got properly banned for trying to take advantage of the rules. So yeah, do not mess with the head judge. The head judge basically said, no, we're not doing this, and Wizards stood behind the head judge at that point. So yeah, it was fun for a little while, but then obviously not so much fun. Good fun. Volrath Shapeshift and Dominating Lycid. So we have a couple of interworking effects. So Volrath Shapeshifter is a text change effect. So from our previous work on layers, we know that text changing is in layer 3. And so it's replacing its text box, or rather, yeah, it's replacing its text box with the full text of the card on top, and also has the text to discard a card. Dominating Lycid has the ability gain control of enchanted creature. So regardless of how it's worded now, it's got two effects. One of them turns it into a creature aura, and then there's a separate line that says gain control of enchanted creature. Now, gain control of enchanted creature is a layer 2 effect. So Volrath Shapeshifter becoming a copy of Dominating Lycid and then becoming an aura, enchanting that on top of another creature, an opponent's creature, for example, that does nothing. It says gain control of enchanted creature, but by the time it would take effect, it doesn't the text doesn't exist. So yeah, it does nothing, which is unintuitive, but the layers have to work in some way, and this is just how they interact. Substance. Substance is a weird one. Substance is an obsolete keyword ability that has had no inherent effect. It only existed in Oracle's rule text. No cards were ever printed with it. Never printed on a Magic card. Mark Gottlieb used it to fix some cards for Magic Online for Mirage. This is one of them, Armor of Thorns. Basically, you could choose to play it at instant speed, and if you did, then at the end of turn you had to sacrifice it. But under the 6th edition rules at the time, you'd have to sacrifice it before damage wore off, and that caused problems because the whole point about this is trying to save a creature due to giving it more toughness. So if you have to sacrifice it before damage wears off, it's going to die because it's got lethal damage marked on it. So Substance got introduced as a way around this. When it basically it would gain substance, and when it lost substance, then you sacrificed it, and substance only lasted until end of turn. And so the game rules cleaned it up magically as part of some, it basically it cleaned it up at the correct time. In M20, in M10, they just got rid of substance. It was like, this is stupid. We're going to talk about the cleanup step. They all gained a delayed triggered ability that occurred at the beginning of the next cleanup step. But that's when damage wears off anyway, so that's kind of more sensible. Even though we're talking about cleanup steps, not the end of the world. So yeah, that was the end of Substance. Layer 12. Oh my god, we're so close. We're so close. 15 slides left? Gonna count? Yeah. 15 slides left. Let's go. All right. The step in between turns. This is about the Wall of Boom. Yeah. The errata in 1998, you were trying to address when a turn was skipped for Time Vault. Can you skip a turn that you're in? Can you promise future skips? Can you create memory issues? These are questions of the day. So what they did, they solved the problem by creating a between turns window for Time Vault. So if you were about to have a turn, you could choose if you wanted to skip that turn. So if some people realize that if you have a window and mana sources can be used at any time, then you can create mana in that window. It's kind of useless because it's nobody's turn. Nobody gets priority between turns. But that also means that there's no end phase, so mana sticks around. So you could get mana and float it into your untap step. So, but why is that useful? Well, you got Wall of Roots. Wall of Roots says you can only use it once per turn, but we're not in a turn, we're between turns. So Wall of Roots, we can activate it infinite times. And so, yeah, we basically get infinite mana floating it into our untap step. Of course, it's not useful because it's in our untap step, so we can't do anything with it. Unfortunately, there is a card called Stasis. So Stasis allows us to skip our untap step, which allows us to float the mana directly into our upkeep. So now we can cast instants and use abilities. So all you need is a way to spend infinite mana during your upkeep, which is Magma Mine. Dump all of your mana into Magma Mine, win the game. And yeah, that was the February 1998 ruling on Time Vault. I believe it got into one tournament, then they banned it, and it was like, we're never doing this again. We're never doing this again. So yeah, it is one of the weirdest decks to exist. The Wall of Boom. Oh, right, good. Library of Lengen 61416. So let's say I control Procession. I'm trying to recall the actual name of it. There's a Anointed Procession. There we go. Let's say we control Anointed Procession, Words of Wilding, So Worlds of Wadding is if you would draw a card, I think it's just create some sort of token, and an untapped Howling Mine. In my upkeep step, I activate words twice. How many tokens do I get? I get 4 tokens. So first is my draw for the turn, which is not an effect. The replacement effect from words applies. So instead of we create a token at that point. So instead of you replace draw a card with create a token. Procession, because of 6/14/16 here, replacement effects affect things when you're trying to create one or more tokens. We create that twice that many tokens, and so because we're getting 4 cards, we would be getting 2 cards because of the Howling Mine. We actually get 4 tokens in total. Okay, so those 4 tokens. This is a little bit weird because normally the first card draw wouldn't be replaced, but because a replacement effect is affecting it, the replacement effect of Anointed Procession does kick in. All clear. Good. So, Library of Leng. This is a card. If an effect causes you to discard a card, you discard it, but you can put it on top of your library instead of into your graveyard. So if I control Words of Waste, so Words of Waste is if I would draw a card, your opponent discards a card instead. It's a replacement effect. If I have a Words of Waste and untapped Howling Mine, and my opponent controls a library and has 2 or more cards in hand, what happens? So in my upkeep step, what happens? First of all, you discard to the graveyard, and the second is you can put it into the library. So it's because this 6/14/16 rule doesn't exist for the Library of Leng effect, only for token effects. There is no replacement. There's no replacement effect essentially to Let me get the words right here. The first is the draw for the turn. The replacement effect from words effects. The replacement effect from word happens. The opponent has to discard a card, but Library of Leng doesn't apply to that original one, apparently. And the second is because the original effect is Howling Mine, making you draw a card. The Howling Mine is an effect, and Library applies to that event, and you can discard to your top of your library. It's a weird rule. I don't think it's ever going to make any difference, but there's a difference between basically Doubling Season and Library of Leng when we're talking about card drawing turning into replaced effects. So yeah, just mad. I've pulled this entire slide in from Reddit just to explain the win during the untap step. This is by a user called AKD999, although the original proposition was by Pit142857. Essentially, you have a bunch of permanents. You have Nefarious Lich, Laboratory Maniac, Enduring Angel, Glorious Protector, exiling a Watery Grave, Undiscovered Paradise, an empty library, and 2 life. So Undiscovered Paradise is the key here, where it says during your next untap step, as you untap your permanents, you bounce Undiscovered Paradise to your owner's hand. Okay, so during your untap step, during your opponent's turn, you animate land on your Undiscovered Paradise, Cyto shape your Undiscovered Paradise into your Glorious Protector into the Undiscovered Paradise, tap it for mana, and then during your untap step, Glorious Protector goes to your hand, which returns returns Watery Grave to the battlefield. You must choose to pay. Well, you choose to pay the life. So that is a replacement effect for how that enters the battlefield. So your life would be reduced to 0. Enduring Angel replaces that effect by transforming and your life becoming 3. So that means you gain a life. Lich replaces that life gain because you've gone from 2 life to 3 life. That's a life gain. Lich replaces that life gain with drawing that many cards, and then Laboratory Maniac replaces that replace that card draw with winning the game. So essentially, instead of the Watery Grave coming into the battlefield, you just win the game, which is a stupid set of events and absolutely fantastic. It all has to be, as nobody says, all these steps here have to be replacement effects, because nobody gets priority during untap. So it all must happen with these replacement effects. And Undiscovered Paradise is a weird card I've never actually seen before, so that is a beautiful effect for this sort of thing. So yeah, fun times. Right, so replacement effects and Theros gods. There's a weird thing that can happen with the gods of Theros when they're entering the battlefield when you have 4 devotion. So even though the god is a creature spell on the stack and will be a creature after it enters, the game doesn't treat it as a creature entering the battlefield. Okay, so as it enters the battlefield, it is just an enchantment. This is a bit of a weird one. So for effects like Imposing Sovereign, which makes a creature your opponents control enter tapped, it wouldn't enter tapped. The ability here, it looks at what it looks at whether Erebos would be a creature on the battlefield, but it only looks at it doesn't look at it as if we have the additional devotion of Erebos being on the battlefield. If you had devotion 4, it only counts as being devotion 4, essentially. So as it's a creature on stack, that's completely fine. On the battlefield, it's got devotion 5, absolutely fine. It is a creature, but that particular point of entering the battlefield, it's not a creature. So yeah, just a bit of a weird one. There's a whole bunch of effects around, working out, like looking at what a permanent would be as it looks like on the battlefield, but it only takes into account things on the battlefield at that point. Yeah, devotion's fun. Devotion's weird. Discarding a grandeur card to itself. The classic combo. Let's say you have a Korlash Heir to Blackblade. Grandeur effect is discard another card named Korlash Heir to Blackblade to have an effect. So Words of Wind is an enchantment which replaces card draw with bouncing. Suppression Field makes abilities cost 2 more. All abilities, activated abilities, sorry. And Chromatic Sphere is a mana ability which draws you a card. So step 1, activate Words of Wind once. Step 2, activate the Grandeur ability of Korlash Heir to Blackblade, which costs 2 now, thanks to the Suppression Field, plus discarding a card named Korlash Heir to Blackblade. So in our paying costs list there is a window for activating mana abilities, and so we activate the mana ability by using Chromatic Sphere. Chromatic Sphere adds some mana to our mana pool and also draws us a card, where the draw the card is replaced by bouncing a permanent, and that permanent is the Grandeur creature. So the Grandeur creature is in our hand. We also then pay like an extra 1 for the additional mana for Suppression Field. And then we pay the rest of our costs. The rest of our costs are discard a card named Korlash Heir to Blackblade. And this is a different object to the one that was on the battlefield at the time, which means that the card that we discard allows us to pay for the ability. We discarded a Grandeur card to itself. You can do this in Commander. You cannot do it on Magic Online because Chromatic Sphere doesn't necessarily. I don't think Chromatic Sphere works on Magic Online. It doesn't like doing mana abilities where you draw cards during resolutions of spells and paying for costs and stuff like that. Because I've tried. Fun. Oh god, Panglacial Worm and Sylvala. Yeah, Sylvala Explorer Returned is a problem. It's problematic. Sylvala Explorer Returned has an ability which allows you to tap the top card of tap to reveal the top card of each player's library. For every non-land card revealed this way, you add green and you gain life, and then each player draws a card. This is a mana ability, so it can be activated at the point of paying for a spell. It can be activated in the mana abilities window while you're paying for costs. It is not targeted, so it is a mana ability. If you're searching your library and you search for Panglacial Worm, if you're searching your library, you're allowed to cast Panglacial Worm while you're searching your library. If Panglacial Worm is the top card of your library, for example, you are allowed to try to cast it with Sylvala. So if Worm's top card of your library, what that does is you put Worm onto the stack, and then you're trying to pay for it. So you draw the second card that's under Panglacial Worm at that point, and if that's a creature, and if you've got enough mana from all of your players revealing cards, then that's great. The trouble is, if you don't have enough mana, then you have to rewind. And Sylvala is basically the problem here is Sylvala. That there is no guarantee that you will actually have enough mana to pay for the spell that you're trying to do at the point of doing it. Because it's you're relying on hidden information. Sylvala basically generates, if you've got a 4-player game, generates between 0 and 4 mana. It's essentially a random amount of mana. So if you wanted to cast something with 7 and you had 3 mana open, you could say, I'm going to tap Sylvala for mana and try and add 4 mana to my mana pool. This is during mana abilities as well. And if you can't do that, then the whole spell gets rewound, but you don't put back the cards you drew, because you can't redo that part of the ability. So in theory, you can keep drawing cards while trying to repeatedly cast a spell. In practice, Eldrazo says, basically, Sylvala produces a random amount of mana and draws cards as a mana source. None of that is okay. None of it is okay. Yeah. So, in general, the way around this is people will ask you to activate Sylvala up front to work out how much mana you have, and that is the sensible way of doing it. This should be a mana ability. It should be a mana ability. Somehow make it a mana ability. I don't know how, but it should be it should just be fixed, and then the problems would go away. Anyway, next one up, illusionary. Oh my god, illusionary mask. Yeah, so it is already 7 minutes past midnight, but I will go into this because this one's nuts. So it kind of makes sense now, but illusionary mask back in the 90s was absolutely bizarre. I want you to go read this thread. I think this is by Siberian Rabbit as well. But yeah, everything in the game in the 90s, everything in the game knew what the face down creature was, except your opponent. So if the face down creature had flying, for example, you could attack with it, or your opponents could try and block it, and if it had flying and they tried to block it, you'd have to be like, no, it's got flying, and then they would have to, they'd have to take it back. There were a whole lot of, if it had like a terror, for example, can only destroy target non-black creature, you'd have to say, sorry, it's black under the covers. But yeah, it's just absolute nonsense for like trying, because basically Richard Garfield was trying to put in an element of bluffing into the game, and it's just like, oh, I can put something face down. Nowadays, it's just a face down thing is a face down thing, and the mechanics of this just work. We have rules for face down things, but in the 90s, it was a trip. I seriously go and read the rule summary of this card, and yeah, just if it was a legendary under the illusionary mask, you'd have to tell them, you'd have to say, oh, this is a legendary card. So yeah, moving on. My friend Alex Churchill built a Turing machine out of Magic the Gathering. There's not really much more to say about that. It was awesome, and he wrote a paper about it and got a lot of acclaim from a lot of Magic people. It was a cool thing, and yeah, I saw quite a lot of early iterations of his Turing machine before he finalized on like the final iteration of it, and yeah, it was really cool. So yeah, we can now program Magic Arena in Magic the Gathering in theory if you had a fast enough renderer for it. So yeah, awesome. Interrupting fork. I don't know how this works. This is my quote. How people played Magic in the before times, I really don't know. Yeah, so if I cast a fireball and interrupt it to fork it, if your opponent interrupts the fork to target the fireball with a power sync, I at this point I'm 5 hours into a stream and I do not know how to parse this, so I might have to skip this one. So I'm going to go on to the next slide, which is Ultra Combo. This iterated on Mega Combo, which was already a stupidly large amount of damage. This one is like unwritably large amounts. Like they can't even represent it using sensible numbers. So yeah, this deals more damage than Mega Combo did because of like new technology, I think. So yeah, it's exciting. It's an exciting thought experiment, but it certainly, because it's not like an infinite combo. The whole point is that they're not infinite combos. They are combos that get arbitrarily large, like not arbitrarily large, but get extremely large, but they are still limited in such a way that is not an infinite combo, if that makes sense. So yeah, good times. Sylvan Library and Brainstorm. You cannot resolve that properly, apparently. So if you use a Brainstorm in your upkeep, you're going to draw 3 cards, put 2 back. Fair enough. Then you go to resolve the ability of Sylvan Library. You can't hide information properly without somebody else present. And apparently you can't call a judge for that because it's going to be solved quite easily on your own. You've got to give the information away. You will inevitably give away whether the 2 cards you put back with Brainstorm were among those you drew with it or among those you already in hand because of the paying the 4 life thing, which can be critical information in certain scenarios. So yeah, Sylvan Library is just a problem. And what do you do about that? So yeah, Sylvan Library, fix it. Except they can't because it's already been printed. Setting your opponent on fire as a win condition. This happened. It was an accident. Somebody was messing around with a cigarette lighter. The other player moved their arm towards the lighter. The arm hair caught on fire. The power creep and burn is out of control, which is entirely fair. So yeah, how do you rule this as a judge? Was the I think the subtitle of this. But yeah, another nice one here: Infinite Wirefly Hive versus Leonin Elder. So Toby Elliott used to be one of the rules managers. A complicated question used to highlight difficulties in policy are occasionally interesting, though very technical. For example, I'm going to die at the end of my next turn. I control Filigree Sages, Wirefly Hive, and an infinite source of mana. My opponent is at 6 life and controls a Leonin Elder. which I think gains you life whenever a creature enters the battlefield or something like that. We're in his end step. Do I win? There's basically, because of the coin flipping nature of Wirefly Hive, you have to get either extremely lucky, so there's a 1 in 64 chance of you winning all of the flips that you need. If you lose one of the flips, then you start getting into really bad returns on your investment. Somebody did the maths, and I think it works out. Thank you. 1 life when an artifact enters the battlefield. Yeah. Somebody did the maths to work it out as being a 4.6875% chance of winning. So yeah, but how do you rule that? Is that something that you say, well, it is possible, so it would happen, or is the answer that you just make them play it out? So yeah, it's one of those interesting policy questions that you can't really, because it's not like it's a 0% chance, and it's not like it's 100% chance. There is a chance, however small, that you might be able to do this. At what point do you say, what do we do here? So yeah, generally the answer, I think, is play it out, see what happens. Dependency loops. Yeah, dependency loops. I'm just trying to think why I don't have another slide after the next one, but we'll see. Dependency loops. So the normal way of handling layers is we apply effects in layer order. Within a layer, we apply effects in timestamp order, except if there's a dependency, in which case we follow the order of the dependency. However, sometimes when you check for dependencies, you get weird situations where two effects are dependent on each other, and that's a dependency loop. So the simplest example here is if you have 2 bludgeon brawls on the battlefield, both of them are trying to affect what the other one is doing. Since all affected artifacts are now equipments, and bludgeon brawl only affects non-equipment artifacts. So there is a loop between them, at which point we go back to timestamps at that point. So there's a we do layer order, we do timestamp order, we do dependency order, unless there's a dependency loop, in which case we go back to timestamp order. So yay, everyone loves clear rules, and these things can sometimes not be particularly easy to spot. So yeah, fun times. All right, this is my last slide. Yeah, the last line is an excerpt from the original Alpha rulebook, indicative of the original design intent behind Magic, of it being intended as a casual experience to muck about with friends and local communities. Extremely regionalized rule sets not only being expected, but even encouraged. Moved on extremely quickly as people wanted to organize in an official way, but I thought it was a fun way to end it all. Look how far we've come. And that is the end of the presentation. That is the end of the stream. It is 20 past 12 about here in the UK. We've been going for 5 hours and 20 minutes, and that's it. I hope you've enjoyed the Rules Iceberg. That was all put together. Well, the original Rules Iceberg was put together by Siberian Rabbit. Gave me a lot of help on Discord. I actually paid them for their help because they did such a ridiculous job. It was absolutely nuts. Saoyon says $20. Thank you. All right, buy yourself a beer or something. I will do that. Thank you so much. Thank you. I will be cutting this all together. I will put this out over like probably 5 videos. It'll be like 5-hour long videos at this point. God, I didn't honestly realize it was going to be this long. So somebody has done this as well. They've done several videos on the Rules Iceberg that did, I think, in total was an hour and 45 minutes. So I thought, this can't be too bad. More for me. Anyway, Don't forget to add a quick blurb on the one you skipped. I can't remember which one I skipped, but I will. I will at the time. I'll try and work it out. It was probably, oh, it was. I'm sure it was like old. If it was old timing rules, I will try and get something done. But yeah, the I'm going to leave the stream up until I've start posting the edited bit. So if you want to catch it up at a later date, and tell your friends. Thanks for joining. And I'm going to go and write my post for Year of MTG. I'll catch you later.